Kids fan, going live on YouTube, streaming live on YouTube.
Follow us on Facebook at Dogtails TV.
Dogtails, coming up next on True Crime Network.
Dogtails, Family Edition. America's premier dog lovers magazine show. All the latest news from the dog world. Right now on this edition of Dogtails, Family Edition. Meet the Roundy family from Bountiful, Utah. Proud owners of a lovable pooch named Ranger.
Ranger is a Shiba Inu. That's a breed native to Japan. They're very good at hunting small things, somewhat social, but they're more aloof. They act like cats most of the time.
Ranger is definitely a family dog. It's been good for the whole family.
We've had Ranger about 6 years. We rescued him from a breeder puppy mill from Illinois.
I remember when we first got him, he was really sick and really scared of us, and he didn't know what to do. He was in a brand new place, but it was exciting to get to know him and his personality and, get him back to health.
When he's growing up, he's been a little wild, but as he's gotten older, he's mellowed out and he lays down a ton.
We wanted a Shiba Inu. I don't think we quite understood that he would want to escape a lot, but in the 6 years that we've had him, he's always come back home. And now that he's older, he doesn't have the inclination to leave us quite as often, so that's nice.
There are these times where you get up in the morning and you take him outside and he's just like prancing around and just running all over the yard.
He does the Shiba 500. This is a common thing. If you have a Shiba, you know they do the Shiba 500. He will race around and around and around and around and just go, go, go until he really can't go any further. And it's just their way of playing, and they love to go, go, go.
He loves to play and throw squeaky toys. He loves to do surgery is what we call it. Likes to open up the toys and take out the squeakers, find out what's inside.
We'll take something with a squeaker toy and chase around, and he'll chase after it.
Having a dog really helps to bring focus to some of the fun times that we have. I mean, we'll always remember the times that we were at the beach chasing Ranger, trying to catch him again, or the time that he got away and we were trying to figure out a way to get him to come without giving him food. Training the dogs is something the kids have done together, and it's really helped them learn a lot.
Probably the best time of year to take him outside is when it snows, because after the first snow, when it's up to your knees, it's knee high, a couple feet deep, he just goes outside and he just runs around everywhere, and it just dives into the snow, comes back out, digs in it. He's always just covered, comes in all wet, shakes off, gets everything wet, but it's just great to watch him run around outside because he's so happy when it snows.
When he was a puppy, it was really hard to get him to come. When he was out, he wanted to run and play, and so one time we were out in the snow and we were playing around with him and he didn't want to come back. And so the only thing I could think of to try to get him close enough that I could grab him was I bent over and I looked backwards, threw my legs at him, and it made him curious as to what I was doing, so he came up close behind me and I spun around and grabbed him.
He's been a great dog as far as diet goes. We don't feed him anything special. He has a particular passion for lasagna. So when we cook lasagna, we have to be very careful. He will jump on the counter to get it.
And anything for a treat. He loves lasagna and salmon, and so anytime we're making dinner, he's always around the table ready to eat whatever we want. So
He's great with kids. He loves the kids as they come trick-or-treating or when they come to the door to play with my other children. He plays with all of them and tries to get the video game controller, and he just wants to interact with everybody.
And for me, I like to run, so I always take him on runs with me, and he always loves that. He can tell when we're gonna go. He'll get ready to go to the door, and he gets all hyper. So
Ranger is a therapy dog. He's happy to go to work when it's time to go to work. He loves to help other people. He is very social, which is unusual for a Shiba Inu.
He sometimes sleeps in my room and just no one really else does much with him.
he is a great dog. Anytime you aren't feeling good, for some reason he just can tell, and he'll always come and sit by you, and he can tell when you're having a bad day, and it's great to know that you've always got a friend like that.
You come home, and no matter what kind of day you've had, he's always just running up to you, tail wagging, just always so happy to see you, always friendly, always wanting to jump up and lick your face and sit on your lap and just kind of play with you all the time. Just so much energy.
He's an amazing dog. He's taught us a lot. He's made us do things we never thought we'd do.
We do a lot of things together as a family, and having a pet together has been something that's been one of those really fun activities that we'll always remember.
Even when he does silly things or chews on a shoe occasionally, you still love him because he's always happy to see you.
He may not talk, but he always loves us and just
And that's kind of magic in a dog that loves you but can also share that love with other people. And we have a magic dog.
I love him so much. It's so great.
Our thanks to the Roundy family for inviting us to their home and sharing their dog tales.
I love that song. I love my dog. I watch this show every Sunday.
Next up, our Spotlight Breed, and much, much more on Dog Tales.
Get the ball, get the ball.
If you're
Colonial Pet.
It says dog training, health, nutrition, behavior, and grooming. That's the...
Anthony Seth Burroughs is wanted for the murder of a 19-year-old after an altercation at a house party. Police believe Burroughs fled the country within 24 hours of the crime. He has been on the run since April 30th, 2000, and has family ties to the Philippines. If you have any information about Anthony Seth Burroughs, call 1-877-926-8332.
Family Edition.
I'm a very special dog.
I'm a very special dog. Everybody loves me. I'm a bundle of joy
With a
with a pedigree. I love that song.
The Nova Scotia Gentleman Retriever was actually originated in Canada, in Nova Scotia, and it was originally called the Little River Duck Dog. And it was developed by hunters who were looking for kind of a multi-purpose hunting dog, a dog that would actually go out and retrieve birds, but at the same time potentially something that would attract ducks and lure ducks in. So they were bred to be red with fluffy tails and white markings so that they resemble foxes. Because in the wild, foxes hunt by playing and frolicking along the sides of lakes, and the ducks are attracted to the movement and the red color, so the ducks swim in closer. If you breed a dog to look like that, the dogs play on the side of the lake, the ducks come in, it's an easier shot for the hunter, and then of course because they're retrievers, they'll go out and retrieve the birds. sat down and we said, okay, we need to get a dog. I said, I want a golden retriever. And he said, no, I have a better dog. And he had a brochure that he had picked up about 8 or 9 years before that. They looked like little golden retrievers, but I wasn't 100% certain. We went down and visited a woman in Southern California who had a litter, and I was just completely captivated by them.
Aww.
Look at that puppy.
When he was just an 8-week-old puppy, we brought him home from the breeder. My husband was painting the living room. He had no name, we were just calling him Pup, Pup, Pup. And he was in the kitchen, barricaded in the kitchen while my husband was painting. He knocked over the barricade, walked out into the living room, and walked all 4 of his feet in the lids to the paint cans and left little puppy prints all over our carpet in the living room. The Nova Scotia Dutchman Retriever does make a good family dog. They are energetic and very smart. They love to go anywhere the family does. They will go hiking, they will swim. They're great all-around dogs, very athletic and very protective of their families. The Toller is very good in households with children, as long as they're raised with kids from an early age. They need to be socialized properly, they need to be introduced to the children. The largest you're going to see is about 21 inches and maybe 45, 50 pounds, somewhere in there. So they're a decent medium-sized dog. They could knock a child over because they do get very exuberant and they do like to jump and they're very energetic. So you do have to be careful. They're big shedders, actually. Funny story, our club every year has a national specialty, and one of the ladies in our club always takes the shedded hair from her Tollers, and she will knit hats and scarves, and it's very funny because then you can enter a raffle to win these hats and scarves. Because the Toller is an active and energetic dog, some people do tend.
Thanks for using lowcast.org, the nonprofit that makes.
The only thing that you really need to do is make sure that you keep them brushed because they do have long hair, and to make sure that
I don't know what
their
the
ears
dog's name
trimmed.
is.
The hair under their ears should be trimmed so that the ears don't stick out funny, and to keep their feet trimmed because their feet tend to grow out with a lot of fur, and you want to make sure you keep that area trimmed and the bottom of their pads trimmed. But really beyond that, they don't require any special care. They're a pretty wash and wear easy dog. They're up for anything. You ask them to go swimming, you ask them to go for a walk, you ask them to go for a car ride. They're up for anything. And after our first one, we just needed more and more, just fell in love with the breed. And there is a saying, they're kind of like peanuts, you can't have just one.
Let's see, breed, Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever, country of origin, Canada, temperament, high energy, additional comments, needs lots of exercise, excellent family dog. I
So the
just
dog's
paused
name
it
is
to read.
Nova.
I like that song that they continue singing. Those tails.
Uncle Letty, we'll be right back.
I just saw a dog that was swimming.
Yeah.
If you like mental Richard with it, here to tell you.
It was a puppy that was found.
Yeah, an organization.
Issue cover, The Daily Crime, an all-new podcast from Vault Studios.
Family Edition. In Granada Hills, California, an organization called Operation Blankets of Love provides comfort to dogs and other pets with a unique approach to finding them new homes.
8 years ago, we adopted a little mutt. It was a puppy that was found in Palmdale on a desert highway with another puppy. So she was my first dog. And she inspired me to help the homeless animals that have no voice. And what happened was I went to a local shelter to see what it looked like, and a little sign said blankets and towels needed. And I asked, isn't there a budget? It's a multi-million-dollar shelter. You should have a budget for comfort items and to clean them up. And she said, no, we depend upon the community to bring all these comfort items. And I said, well, let me see what I can do. And in 24 hours, I made up Operation Blankets of Love and put 3 boxes out to my vet, to my groomer, and where I buy pet supplies with a flyer. And that's how it started.
Whatever we collect through our 50 to 60 drop-off locations throughout the state, it comes to Operation Blankets of Love. And what we do, with no charge, we dispense it, we give it away to needy shelters and rescues. We kind of like rescue the rescuers. And we educate kids, it's amazing. Every week, we educate K through 12, pet responsibility, pet care, and then we motivate the children to do a blanket drive. And in that, they help Operation Blankets of Love bring comfort to homeless animals. And it's an amazing effect on the children. And this is about 5 days worth of supplies that come in. In any given week, it's like a tide. All the supplies come in and it goes out. And any one time I can have a shelter pull up alongside the garage and all this could be gone. In a matter of days, it could fill up again. We do so much here. I mean, this whole section here was collected by 3rd graders. And this section down here was collected by, would you believe, preschoolers, 4 or 5-year-olds. So every day, it's amazing the supplies that come in and out. We've got about 60 drop-off locations throughout Southern California.
This was for the blanket drive, and they always decorate their boxes and make posters, and they put it throughout the school, so the entire school will be part of this wonderful drive.
You're almost good to go.
We're almost good to go, right, Ginger?
Okay, we got a load here, got a pickup, let's go. Hey Laura.
Hey guys, how are you?
Okay, good.
Thanks for calling. Well, thanks for coming.
All
We
right,
love
let's
that
go
we get
grab all
to
this stuff. Got a whole lot of dogs that'll be happy.
That's so cool.
Some kitty cats too will be thrilled.
There's a lady coming bringing like 10 bags or so again tomorrow. So.
Oh, good. Excellent, we truly appreciate this. Let's load up. We got got some
Here,
food.
a lot of blankets.
Okay, excellent.
They called him and asked if we could be a donation drop-off, and I said yes, anything to help the animals. And we started doing the drop-off, and it's gotten bigger and bigger. People bring brand new, they go out and purchase beds and blankets purposely just to bring it in here. So it's pretty cool.
The blankets we have to get all the time because they deteriorate over time. Dogs sometimes like to tear them up, have some fun with them. So we're always going through blankets all the time. So there's always a need to have people keep donating blankets to us. And we constantly go through them. But what they do for the dogs though is it's something that they can snuggle up against, keep warm against, something they can put their scent on, and just keep things nice and familiar and cozy. We always appreciate getting blankets, especially from Blankets of Love.
Now, some of the dogs actually have sweaters and pet clothes, which we also give to them when it gets cold.
Something you may not be aware of is that these kennels actually have radiant heating in them, which keeps the temperature a little bit warmer than the outside of the kennel. Sometimes by as much as 10 to 15 degrees. Well, actually, we can maybe put 2 in here. That'll be good. Yeah. Hi, guys. The blankets do a lot of things. I mean, they make it a lot more comfy and cozy for the dogs, and when people see that the dogs are comfy and cozy, they're more likely to want to adopt because they don't see this place as being so depressing. It's a wonderful place to come and adopt a pet, and the blankets really do have an effect on that, and they really do help save the lives around here.
This dog is so relaxed that it's falling asleep because it's cuddled up in several blankets, and that makes me feel terrific. And as I tell anyone out there, adoption is the best option. All the dogs want to be is loved. That's all, into a loving home.
Too many people, they get this whole mentality either because of what they read on the internet or what they hear from other people that may have not been to a shelter in the last 10 years, but the culture has changed quite a bit. It's a lot better for the animals. It's a lot more cozier. We're a lot more in tune with what the animals need and with what people need to see when they come to a shelter. And that is that the animals are being well taken care of. That they're receiving these nice little luxuries that 10 years ago we wouldn't have seen in the animal shelters. Most of these animals will find homes, and I think if everybody keeps a positive attitude and shares that with their friends, more people would want to come to the shelters and adopt, because it's all about finding homes for these guys, because they really need the homes.
I think what's amazing is that one woman and one dog really changed the lives of many homeless animals. We must help, about 1,000 to 2,000 homeless animals a month, and basically Ginger is the inspiration of why Operation Blankets of Love exists.
I cannot believe a little 10-pound mutt could change my world, change my career, and make such a difference to help save homeless animals. And if it wasn't for Ginger, none of this would have happened. So
That
thank
dog
you,
was
Ginger.
licking that man like it was an ice cream cone.
He saved you, and you saved my life too. I love you, Miss Ginger.
I guess that's how dogs give kisses.
Yeah, Button does that to you.
Don't go away, we'll be right back.
As the original host of Wheel of Fortune, $50, 5,000.
You can help. Go. Changed over time. We're now feeding our dogs and cats a diet high in carbohydrates, which leads to sugar spikes and leading to excess fat. And it's even more of a challenge for pet owners because we tend to love them to death. We give them treats for everything. We give dogs treats in the morning and in the afternoon. We feel guilty when we have to leave them at home when we go to work. And so all of this adds up to us not recognizing how many calories we're feeding our dogs and cats each day. And even as few as 10 to 20 extra calories a day adds up to pounds over the lifetime of that pet, which predisposes them to diseases that again rob them of life expectancy. The most important tip I have for pet owners when it comes to maintaining a healthy weight is a simple one. Get out a measuring cup. Too few pet owners ever actually measure the amount of food they're feeding their pet each day. They sort of eyeball it, fill up the bowl, or if their pet begs them for food, they give them more. The second thing you want to do is really go easy on the treats. And if you're going to use treats, make them count. So make them a functional treat that's going to actually benefit that pet's well-being and health. But for me, I tell people, let's measure that food out each day. Don't go crazy with the treats. And if you're going to treat, make it count.
It's 2:25. According to the TV time. Eight-year-old saved sister from fire and a peeping Tom.
That was that episode.
Yeah.
This program contains true stories of rescues.
So I wonder
All
what
of the
episode this
911
is
calls you
gonna
will
be.
hear are real. Whenever possible, the actual people involved have helped us reconstruct the events as they happened.
Thank you.
We begin at an apartment complex near the University of Florida campus.
Next,
in Gainesville,
Rescue
on the night of
911,
October
True
9th,
Crime Network.
1986.
True Crime Justice Network. This was actually a death row a person that had committed murders that
From a
was
nearby
the
apartment,
peeping
Mark
Tom.
Lavelle saw something in the shadows.
A lot of the students play games in the complex on young girls there, just peeking in. But it just didn't look right to me. He just didn't look like a normal person that would just be hanging around the building. That's what really scared me most of all.
Neither Margaret nor her husband John were sure how serious the situation was.
He just looked strange. He really did. He looked wicked. So then finally I decided to call the sheriff's department.
The call came into dispatcher Janice Whitney at 9:30 p.m.
Sheriff's emergency? Yes, I'm calling. I live in the Fox Hollow Apartments. I'm reporting a peeking Tom. Okay, what does the person look like, ma'am? He's about 6 foot. So he's right now looking in the window. We're watching him. Okay, do you want a white man? White. What's the address?
At first, this one didn't seem unusual at all. We have prowler or peeping Tom calls all the time.
Okay,
Oh, this is our Peeping Tom episode.
Yeah, you've seen this episode
Yeah, I've
before.
seen it.
From 5 miles away, Sheriff's Deputy Chuck Sexton was immediately dispatched, but it would take him 7 minutes to get to the scene. Deputy Claire Noble was less than a mile away.
1 second, sir.
They asked for a unit to come back him up, and I said I would be en route. You're not supposed to be interrupted in dinner, but when you only have so many officers working the road, you don't want somebody to go to a call by themselves, especially a prowler call, because you never know. It could be somebody watching his girlfriend, or it could be a burglar.
Okay, could you see what he was wearing? All I know is he was wearing jeans and a dark colored shirt. Okay, do you know if anybody lives in that apartment? Yes, I do. 2 young girls are college students. 2 young females live in that apartment? Well, 50 to 50. This will be a white male, 6 foot. Just wait, three. Okay, I want to keep you on till the deputy gets there, because he will probably run when you see the deputy's call. I need you to let me know which way he goes. Okay. I've got a couple of deputies coming, as a matter of fact. Okay, our deputy is there, and she's going to come up on foot. It's a female deputy, but she's in a regular uniform, so let me go ahead and keep you on the phone.
They had given me directions that didn't make much sense when I got there. Once I got in there, it was the wrong area.
Every time a car would come through the parking lot, he would run around the building.
Did he spot the deputy? Do you have any idea? Is she up that close? Can y'all see the deputy? I'm in the, wait a minute, let me hold on. Okay. In the kitchen. She ran, she said she can't see the deputy on him. Okay, you said that we take the main entrance to Fox Hollow and then take your first right and then go all the way down to the end of the left? Mm-hmm. She didn't give you the directions. 173 those directions are wrong. He's back in front again. He's got something in his hand. What do you think it is, a gun or no? He's got something in his hand, but they can't tell what. What's the interview advised? The subject should advise he has something in his hand and able to advise what it is.
When I first saw him, there was light between us, and it was very hard for me to see exactly what he was doing.
Sheriff's office, freeze!
Almost immediately, I realized that his hands were not where they should be, and I couldn't see what he had in his hands.
It's just a toy!
It's real hard to tell.
It's not a toy gun, it's a real gun.
It's a real gun. Guns look so real nowadays.
He was lying.
He's certain that this guy just wasn't some crazy with a toy gun.
You know, she didn't get him. He ran around the corner. And he did show units in condition 51 Fox Hollow, so he did signal there. There's some 31 on foot.
That ain't no toy gun, that's a real gun.
When we continue,
That's just a toy gun! Officer,
Descriptions.
a tip.
Tom in Gainesville, Florida, sent sheriff's deputies Chuck Sexton and Claire Noble racing to the scene. But when Deputy Noble arrived and confronted the man, he aimed what appeared to be a gun at her and pulled the trigger.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! That ain't no toy gun. Don't shoot me! Drop the gun!
Deborah Yoakum was awakened by the screams echoing through the apartment complex.
Toy! It's the toy gun! Drop it! Don't shoot it!
Deborah's call came into dispatcher Sabrina Hospital.
Yes, ma'am, but the officer Palmetto Dr. needs backup immediately. Palmetto apartment. No, Chief, officer is having a fight with a man out here. He told him to drop the toy gun. Officer, you shot him. Oh, God. Who did he shoot? Shot. Oh, that's that man. The man that he was...
All she could say was the man had gotten shot.
Shot, man. Where exactly are they?
Anytime we hear that shots have been fired at a scene, it scares us. You know, you can't let it show. You have to keep on doing your job, but I was very concerned for Deputy Sexton. He is a friend. I've known him for a long time.
We just felt like we were helpless in that situation because we're on the other end of the phone and he's not there.
My first thought when I heard the shots was that Chuck had been shot. When a fellow officer gets shot or gets hurt in the line of duty, it's personal. It becomes a very personal thing. And I was feeling guilty that I hadn't shot the guy and stopped him before Chuck had gotten him.
We immediately got the ambulance en route. There were more units were dispatched.
Did you see? Yes, ma'am. She's right outside my bedroom window here underneath the tree. Is she talking to her now? Yes. There's an officer coming.
When I saw Claire and Danny and the Taurus, I was concerned they were the two best looking people I've seen in my life.
God, that sense of relief that he was okay.
Deputy Sexton suffered only minor injuries during the struggle.
The suspect was still playing mind games. He wanted to make himself look like he hadn't done anything wrong, that we had misinterpreted his actions and shot him for no reason at all. He was still trying to act crazy.
I told him to drop the gun and we'd find his mother, that we just needed to get the gun out of his hand.
He
And
wasn't
it's a
looking
toy
for
gun.
his
I just want my
mommy, he
mom.
was
And he
lying.
started to turn around, and as he turned around, I had my portable radio in my hand, and I hit his gun hand with the portable radio. I realized that when he turned around and grabbed my gun, that this guy's playing for keeps. He knew how to grab the gun, and that as long as he had control of the cylinder, I wouldn't be able to shoot him. I was wondering, how in the world did I let this guy, get a hold of my gun? Am I fixing to die here tonight? When he grabbed me by the groin, I was able to bend over and obtain my backup gun.
He confessed to several murders in Alabama, which in fact he had escaped from the authorities in Alabama after being arrested for these murders. I found out couple hours after the shooting that he was on the FBI's 10 most wanted list.
If he'd gotten the gun, he'd have killed me. He'd already killed 4 people that they knew about. He had told the investigators he had just raped a girl 3 hours previously in an apartment complex not 3 miles from there. Kind of a sobering experience, and also made me feel a little more at ease that, that I had shot someone that was a 10 most wanted fugitive and not somebody that was mentally deranged and had wanted his mommy and got caught peeping in the window.
The gun the suspect claimed was a toy actually was a loaded .32 caliber semi-automatic and a joint.
And he wasn't
He was
mentally
returned to Alabama,
deranged
where he was
either.
tried, found guilty of 3 murders, and sentenced to death.
He was sentenced to death.
When the call was
Found guilty
dispatched
of
that night, had plans later on that evening meeting my mom and my wife Terry and my son JP at our house because it was my mom's birthday. And I remember finding the guy thinking, I'm not going to die on my mom's birthday. I personally feel that sometimes police officers are given a bad rap as they shoot first and ask questions later, and the entire opposite is true. It's such a final decision. Once you fire that gun, you can't bring that bullet back. It better have been the right decision.
Anytime you have a fire in the house, children will tend to hide from fire. And we find them in fire deaths after fire, many times in places of hiding.
I know, Peter.
Damn.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
3 Rescue 911s up next.
On November 29th, 1989,
Yeah,
David
it's
and
fun.
Cynthia Carter left their 2 young daughters in the care of a babysitter overnight for the first time in their lives. But they had no reason to be worried on that quiet night in Dallas.
That evening, we had asked the sitter to stay that night because my husband always plays basketball on Wednesday nights, and that particular night he had to go to work early. And we knew he wasn't going to be home that evening, and I also was out of town on business that evening. So we had to have a sitter there. And this was the first time I had ever left town as far as leaving my children in the care of someone else. And that was difficult for me as far as doing that. So I was kind of apprehensive about that.
Around 8 p.m., the babysitter at the 2
Now Rescue 911.
Kate
Next
and Aaron were
Rescue
sleeping in the same room
911.
together, which normally is Aaron's room. But since the sitter was staying there that night, the sitter was going to sleep in Kate's room. The babysitter put the children to bed and tucked them in, and apparently shut the door to their room so she wouldn't disturb them because she wanted to stay and watch television.
Keeping Prowler's sister safe. 5:30 to 6 a.m. this was on. 8.3 Justice
Though the
Network,
Garfields
True
had checked the
Crime
smoke alarm
Network.
just 2 weeks before.
This is
On that
Dallas.
night, it didn't work. The exploding windows triggered the burglar alarm.
The babysitter yells, "Hey,
8-year-old Kate was
Aaron!"
awakened by the sound of the alarm.
I saw smoke coming into the room. Then I touched the door handle. The door handle was hot, and it told me not to open the door. I crawled to the window, and I tried to break it with my hand, and it didn't work, and it was scary.
A passerby noticed Blaze and ran to a nearby house, where he woke Dwight Bookout.
We heard a pounding on the door, and this time the smell was overwhelming. The fire was rapidly getting out of control. I called Gay and asked her to call 911 and get assistance as quickly as possible. I knew the children were in the house, and my immediate concern was, my God, where are the children?
Hello?
Gay Packard's call for help came in at 12:54 a.m.
I thought, how could this be happening? It didn't seem like it was real. I thought I was having a bad dream. It was one of those things where you hope for a miracle.
Emergency units from the Dallas Fire Department were immediately dispatched.
Let's clear the house, man. Let's go. Let's clear the house.
Fire investigator Tom O'Neill was also sent to the scene.
Anytime you have a fire in
Delete
the
it,
house,
rescue
children
911.
will tend to hide from fire. We find them fire days after a fire, many times in places of hiding.
My mom and my dad, including my school, taught me to, if there was a fire, break the window with something.
Even after Kate broke through the glass, a scream kept her and her 6-year-old sister trapped inside. The babysitter heard Kate's cries for help.
She got the screen off, and I got out, then we went to the middle of the yard. I turned around, my sister was not behind me. So I went back in the house.
The fire department was on the scene within 7 minutes, headed by Captain Bill Crawford.
When we arrived at the house, it was fully involved. The glass had ruptured in the front part of the house. There were flames everywhere. It's a miracle that the girls got out of the home when they did. Had this young girl not had the presence of mind to follow the instructions that she had received, I don't think they would have made it. Katie was able to do many life things, and they worked just right. She did, however, go back in to get her sister, which in this case worked out great. But this is not the normal situation. Once you get out of the burning building, stay out, do not go back in. People that go back into burning buildings usually do not get back out alive.
It was such a close call. I mean, we're talking about if it was delayed anymore, or had Catherine opened the door, it would have killed him immediately. What kills me is how the heat was so intense it melted the oven glass.
It's just amazing that something can burn this fast. The fire training that the children had was quite in depth by us instilling in Kate and Aaron what needs to happen to get themselves out of the fire, to save their lives. I just can't say enough about fire education as far as in the schools and what the fire department does. Here's some of your schoolwork, Kate. 100, how about that? You see that? The thought of losing the children, it's still quite frightening to us. It's something that I think I'll think about for quite a long time.
Now they're by a lake.
The fire that destroyed the Cargill's home was caused by faulty wiring in their dead. 3 months later, they're beginning to put the pieces of their life back together and trying to erase the memory of that near tragic night.
We lost everything. And, you know, it sounds kind of corny, but you realize that life's too short. It makes you, I don't know, just really take time to enjoy life, because it could be over in a matter of seconds.
Although Kate
Bravery
received
under
awards
fire.
for her heroism,
Early
she valued
honored
most
for saving
praise from her
sister.
peers.
Dear Kate, I think you are a hero.
People write her letters.
And so glad you saved your sister's life.
every once in a while, I'll take a deep breath and just realize how close we came to losing our children. And that makes all the difference in the world, because nothing else really matters.
They must be living in another house now, because it looked like she was sitting on a bed in a bedroom, so they must have moved to another house.
A babysitter that was babysitting them,
I know.
and she decided to put the girls to bed early.
Yeah, but if the fire destroyed the house, at the end, she could not have been in the same house that was destroyed by the fire.
All new WF. Keep chicken wings. I'm making an emergency. See land.
Now this is Animal Rescue Classics on Decades Network. KDFW 4.2 Dallas Fort Worth.
The following programming is EI, education.
Now this
and
Animal
informative.
Rescues is on
The
True
following
Crime
program
Network
contains
too.
actual video of real animal emergencies and is suitable for family viewing. Coming next, famous chimps are saved. Plus, an unusual primate finds a home. And a canine with a special nose. This is Animal Rescue Classics. Thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Payne. When animals are sick or injured or abandoned, caring people come to their aid. Since 1978, some fortunate chimpanzees and other primates have found a safe haven in a rural part of Texas. This sanctuary is called Primarily Primates.
I spent my early career working in zoos, always wanted to help animals. And in those days, as today, people would acquire exotic animals, wanting to take that piece of the wild and have it be a part of their lives, only to find out that it was very dangerous for the humans and horrible experience for wildlife to be taken from the wild and expected to be domestic animals. So when I was asked to take in 3 little monkeys that were going to be killed simply because they grew up, I found there was no other place that was doing this type of work at the time.
Primarily Primates is also the home to a wide variety of birds and exotic wild animals. from circuses, sideshows, zoos, pet homes, and laboratories. Situated on 10 acres of land, it's the oldest and largest primate rehabilitation center and sanctuary in the United States. And recently, Wally welcomed a unique set of new residents.
We were gratified to find our work recognized as the first and largest of the chimpanzee sanctuaries when the U.S. Air Force granted us the opportunity to be the only sanctuary found qualified to take in those deserving veterans that helped put a man on the moon and into space. 33 of the 75 chimpanzees here are those that have been retired by the Air Force from their space colony. This structure I designed because I was going to try to attempt a larger group of chimpanzees without fighting than I've ever tried to put together before. And these are chimpanzees who, for the most part, spent the majority of their career isolated from one another. So they don't have the social skills that chimpanzees that had lived in a colony would have. So what I have here is an arena and a fairly complex climbing structure, lots of benches and ladders and so forth, and a tunnel over the roof which connects to another enclosure. A tower which allows them to get up high and watch the deer and cattle in the nearby fields, occupy their minds as well as their bodies. And because they can separate from each other at will, there's less possibility that there would be tension between them. And it's really worked out. I've never tried to put 10 females together, and I'm very close to trying to introduce 2 male chimpanzees, also from the Air Force space program, in the next few weeks. A few months ago, making the morning inspections, as is my habit, I was really surprised to see one of the Air Force veterans who was not supposed to be pregnant while was carrying a little baby. Unfortunately, she's one chimpanzee who has a deformity that doesn't allow her to raise her own young. This is Betty here, who just liked me intensely when she first arrived, but she's real good with greetings right now and has gotten to trust me quite a bit. She's Dieter's mom, and although she loved her baby, as soon as Dieter's able to eat some on his own, that he'll be able to be reunited with his mom, and she'll have the opportunity to finish his education as a chimpanzee. This is Dieter. He's the youngest chimpanzee here at Primarily Primates, and he's a little surprised. We call him the littlest astronaut. He's the only chimpanzee born of the U.S. space program chimpanzee colony who won't spend his life in research. I'm raising him only to save his life. He's not going to be a pet. He'll mature at over 150 pounds. And the best thing for a chimpanzee is to be with other chimpanzees, not around humans. Right, boy, come here. Good boy. Chimpanzees are over 98% genetically similar to humans. So everything that we do for a human child has been successful in helping a deer remain healthy. This is a milk formula, human milk formula, that most people would use with their own babies. Come here. What's up? Hey, think about it. Take your finger, take it to my mouth. Want to show you your teeth? Here. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Dieter cries if he's lonely or upset or hungry. One can almost understand why chimpanzees capture the hearts of so many people when you have the experience of living with a magnificent creature like little Dieter. You know, Alex, we're only taking care of him this way because we have to. The best thing for him would have been to stay with his mother, but she couldn't feed him.
It's almost 3 o'clock.
He's like a little baby.
You might not go home at 3. You might not go home till 5 or 5:30.
His closest relatives. It really makes you understand why chimps are so like us. When you get to live with them, when you get to care for them, The similarities are mind-boggling.
Dieter is only one of several special residents living at Primarily Primates. Another rescued animal is named Pumpkin. That story when we come back.
He was sold to a roadside zoo where he had a small cage and insufficient heat, and he collapsed from hypothermia.
And later,
Show me, dude. Show me. Show me. Come on, get your nose down. Good boy. Deacon's a good boy.
Follows a suit and getting.
Take a lot of.
welcome back. We return to Primarily Primates, a sanctuary near San Antonio, Texas, where founder Wally Sweat takes care of lots of interesting animals.
Come here, boy. Come on, big fella. Pumpkin. It's a big fella. Pumpkin's been everywhere. He's born in a zoo, sold to a dealer, resold to a zoo in Europe, brought back to the United States for use in a children's Saturday morning television show. And when he started biting, outlived his usefulness. He was sold to a roadside zoo where he had a small cage and insufficient heat, and he collapsed from hypothermia. So, with help from Parkland Hospital in Dallas and the Dallas Zoo, his life was saved, and we were the only place who offered to give him a home. Hi, Pumpkin. How many grapes can you hold? Like an egg?
Pumpkin, who weighs about 400 pounds, is a cross between a Sumatran and Bornean orangutan. He's 24 years old and now has a very comfortable life here at Primarily Primates.
Pumpkin's a little particular, and because he's a solitary orangutan, he gets a little bit more attention than the other more social critters that we've gotten into groups. So, because of that, we figured he's either picky or just a tad spoiled. Pumpkin.
So I'll let you go home after we finish watching this and after the live stream is over. So you'll probably be home by 6, maybe before like 5:30 or something.
That's pretty good.
And I don't think your dad's worried
And he
about
has
you.
days. Pumpkin has days when he has a favorite food. The next day he'll decide he doesn't care for that and wants something different. Right, Punk? We're trying to provide a quality life, an alternative to death for hundreds of these animals. Wild animals belong in the wild, but if they can't be, we'll provide a lifetime of care for them since there's no other place for them to go. There's a lot of stress and pain involved with this kind of work. It can be a heartbreaker. The condition of some of these creatures when they come in, the fact that some of the chimps from laboratories have been in a 5-foot space for sometimes 2 decades, makes it very, very painful. The rewards come when you finally see them playing or grooming each other for the first time. When a chimpanzee who is fat and flabby, out of shape, finally climbs for the first time and looks around. It's the kind of thing that takes some of the pain away. I never thought that 21 years later I would still be here 24/7 and that we'd be caring for over 800 animals right now. There's still a need, and the need is growing, unfortunately. You name it, if there's a
I love
need,
this
we'll
show. It's
try to be there to help.
cute. But I love Dog Tales too.
Primarily Primates has provided sanctuary to exotic animals for more than 2 decades. And operates
Showcasing the
thanks to the
efforts
generosity
of
caring
compassionate
friends.
individuals
Next,
helping
a
all
police
kinds
dog
of
with a
animals
keen sense of smell.
in trouble.
Deacon is
This is animal
one of
rescue
approximately 40
classics.
some accelerant canines is what terminology we use for them.
Late up. Protecting. All right.
He helps to solve crimes.
Deacon is one of approximately 40-some accelerant canines is what terminology we use for them. In conjunction with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and training involved through them, has gotten about 40-some dogs in the United States in this program. People were home at this house at the time of the fire. Actually, they were in the house eating dinner, I believe, when the fire occurred. They looked out and observed fire in the patio area. I'm here today in a suburb in Portland. I'm going to look at this fire along with my dog Deacon. The fire department gave me a call. They suspected a possible arson. They heard that there were some juveniles possibly were in the area just prior to the fire, and they wanted me to come and take a look at the fire and give my opinion and have my dog Deacon, an accelerant canine, look at the fire and see if there was any accelerants like gasoline or
That looks
lighter
like
fluid or
a
something
black
like that
lab dog, Deacon.
I'm going to start my search with Deacon over here in this patio area, and then after he searched that area, I'm going to come over here into the cement pad and then go into this house and search it for accelerants also. What I do before I take him into a burn structure is I calibrate him on 2 drops of gasoline. It's like police officers use radar. It's like to make sure the instrument, in this case the dog, is working properly. What I'm going to do is put 2 drops of 50% evaporated gasoline down on a rock over here. I'm going to bring him in and make sure that he alerts to it. We use 50% because it's close to what it becomes when it goes through fire, and also gasoline is still pretty much the product of choice for arsonists. You see behavioral change. You can hear him blow out when he finds something. He's sitting, he's trying to make eye contact with me. You can see his ears are up. There's an attitude change there. He's showing me that he's found something he wants to be rewarded for it. Show me, Deacon. Show me. Show me. Good boy. Deacon's a good boy. And a good boy. Then I'll feed him right at the source. My hand's right on top of the rock. So as he's eating, he's also smelling the 2 drops of gasoline. Show me, Deacon. Show me. Show me. Come on. Get your nose down. Good boy. Deacon's a good boy. Yeah. That Deacon's a good boy. Let's go to work. Let's go to work, Deacon. Let's go to work. These dogs came from the Guide Dog Foundation in Smithtown, New York, and they use exclusively black and yellow Labradors, mainly because of their food drive. And when I start running through the structure, I'll have a food pouch on my side, and when Deacon finds something, he alerts. It's called a passive alert. You'll see a change in demeanor, in other words, and then he will sit down, and he's telling me that he's found something. I'm hearing him inhaling and exhaling a lot stronger. So he's found something. He starts to hunt for it. I hear him blow out. Show me. Where's that? Show me. That's a good boy. And then I again put my hand down and feed him right on top of where I'm seeing him alert. This is the location of Deacon's first alert, right in the corner of what used to be a couch prior to the fire. And Deacon alerted to this end. What I would do is, after I'm done using Deacon, I would come back in and then put the sample. In this case, it's carpet, some burned debris, and take this area in this fashion. You can see there's parts of a couch, there's some cloth there, some insulation, and sent that into the crime lab and have it tested for the accelerants. Show me, Deacon. About 90% of the samples that are submitted to the crime lab using these dogs come back positive for some type of accelerant. It's just, again, a much more successful way of finding the accelerant and leading to prosecution. I've had Deacon now for almost 6 years. It'll be 6 years next March that I've had him. He's just a such a big part of me. He's a friend, companion, very smart. I've been told that he's one of the best in the United States. I've gotten to do several things with him. I've gotten to go with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms in several places around the United States. He's just a great friend. And of all the dogs that I've known going through the program, he's just one of the most laid-back, special dogs that's ever gone through the program. I love him very, very much. He's just a big part of my life. It's going to be a hard day when I don't have him anymore.
Animal Rescue returns right after this brief break. Fighters know how many and what kind of pets are inside. And that's this edition of Animal Rescue. Thanks for watching. Join us next time as we showcase those caring individuals who help the various creatures in the animal kingdom. I'm Alex Payne, and here's what's coming up. On the next Animal Rescue, saving injured pelicans.
2/3 of the pelicans we deal with come in here under their own power, either walking, swimming, or flying.
This is a story of a special couple that you won't want to miss.
When we open the gates, pelicans do not rush out, others rush in.
Most of them don't want to leave.
Plus,
Now this Animal Rescue was on True Crime Network.
the following program contains actual video of real animal emergencies and is suitable for
WFAA
family viewing.
8.3
Coming
Dallas,
next, a moose
Texas.
loses its way in near blizzard conditions. The animal is stuck on a frozen bay. And catching a lost emu. This is Animal Rescue. Heroes. Thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Payne. In the far reaches of northern Canada, a wayward moose wanders out into a frozen bay. But the slippery surface makes it impossible for the animal to return to safety. This unfortunate moose was spotted by passers-by, stuck for hours at an incredible distance from the shoreline.
At the first initial onset, when officers assessed the situation, they weren't exactly sure about ice conditions and things like that. And at first it was believed that the only option was possibly dispatching the moose. Once things lightened up and around 8:30, they had a chance to reassess the situation. They were able to see that there was a chance of getting out to the moose and trying to help him.
Several emergency teams were called to the scene, and it was decided that 2 rescue swimmers in full cold weather water gear would approach the moose in an attempt to coax the animal back to safety. Snow had begun to fall, and the temperature dropped well below freezing, making conditions for this brave effort even more difficult. This definitely was an unusual case for the rescue units. But given the poor weather, you have to wonder why such an attempt would even be considered. But these compassionate individuals said they wanted to do all they could to help this wild animal stuck in such a hapless state. As they prepare to march out to the animal, safety precautions are near completion. A strong rope is brought out with the intention of pulling the animal to the shore, if they can get it around the moose safely. Slowly nearing the seemingly tranquil animal, the 2 rescuers really don't know how the moose will react. Remember, this is a wild animal in distress, albeit one that can't stand up right now. Or can it? The presence of the rescuers appear to have given the animal a new Unfortunately, the ice is too slippery.
I don't think he's using any ice. No. I think he just allowed the ice to slip.
You won't be able to reel it out at this point.
Oh, okay, you wanna keep, we have the nails and you guys can all learn.
We got those guys, they'll be fine.
The exhausted moose appears to cooperate with the rescuers as they try to place a harness around the animal so they can use a rope to pull it to shore.
Rudolph's boyfriend.
But pulling the large animal over the ice is not as easy as the rescuers think, especially since the moose attempts to gain its footing from time to time and then slips back down on the cold surface. The weather is also getting worse. Blowing snow decreases the visibility. However, the rescuers don't give up. It's amazingly slow going as the rescuers continue to pull this several 100-pound moose.
I'll tell you what I'll do, is you wheel it back, I'll move the truck, and we'll get a better angle, eh?
Little progress is made as the moose still wants to walk, but can't gain any traction. The animal slips out of the makeshift harness, and now the rescuers need to reposition it and start the process all over again. It finally is up. But now what? The rescuers still aren't convinced the moose is out of the woods yet, or in this case, off the ice. The wayward moose is moving. But in what direction? It certainly is not heading to the shoreline. The rescuers now must come up with another plan, because their muscle power didn't work. They'll consult with the other team members, as the moose is now upright, but still alone, way out on the frozen bay.
What are you guys trying to do up there? We pulled him in to where there was a little bit of hard packed snow. And we've tried 3 or 4 times, pulled him, let him stand up, he wouldn't stand, couldn't stand. Finally, we got him to some hard pack, and he finally got up on his back legs and then the front legs.
Are we scared?
Oh, I think so. How did you see us? He let you help him? Yeah.
No sign of panic?
No, I don't think so. He was tired. He's been out there for a while, apparently.
Still stuck. What's next for this unlucky moose? We'll find out right after this.
If it's injured, we'll put him down. If he's not injured, we'll try and tranquilize him and then see if we can't hobble it and get him off the ice. Take him somewhere where he should be.
Great. Keep it up.
And later, another critter has lost his way.
On your lower back. That's it.
But the police are right behind him.
Make sure to keep your elbows straight. This is a great exercise for toning your arms.
Did I tell you I'm going to get the 995 plan? The 995 plan, what's that?
Great.
It's the
Keep it up.
colonial pin thing you see on TV for $9.95 a month.
You
mean life insurance?
Make sure to
Yes.
keep your elbows
I'm
straight.
going to be one of the hundreds of thousands
Keep your back
who
straight
already
to
have this
reduce
coverage.
stress on your
Sounds
lower
pretty
back.
popular.
That's
It's
it.
their number one
Triceps
plan.
getting
Oh
toned.
gosh, you make me feel like I'm missing
Great.
out on
Keep
something.
it up. This
You
exercise
might
is
be.
popular because it
Did you
helps
call
tone your
about the
upper arms.
995 plan yet? Hi, I'm Jonathan from Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. In just the last 10 years alone, 8 million Americans from all walks of life have called to get free information about the 995 plan. Now Colonial Penn is reaching out to women in
Time.
And bones. Families are destroyed. Plush Tiger Cub. Real April.
As you can see, he finally made it out of the water, so he's just standing there, and we're just waiting for the M&R to arrive to see what the next step will be.
Well, right now, things seem to be under control. We're much better off than we were a couple of hours ago. The ministry is on the way. We have the feed company with our horse trailer. Hopefully, with the rescue going on, we'll be able to transport the moose safely away.
The new plan calls for a snow vehicle to approach the moose, carrying wildlife officials who hope to tranquilize the animal so they can pull it off the ice.
Hopefully what we're going to do is we're going to go onto the ice with the Argo and lift them on carefully. We'll pour guide rail onto this platform here. And then drive them out so we don't have to drag them along the ice. And he doesn't get any gouges in and start bleeding. And that'll be probably the best thing to do. The quickest way to do it.
This is a great exercise for toning your arms. That's it. Feel your triceps getting toned. This exercise is
You have
popular
to
because it
wait
helps tone your upper
all
arms.
the officers, all the people involved here with the
Great.
life of the
Keep it
moose.
up.
We've got 30 people here.
Make sure to keep your elbows steady. That's it. Feel your triceps getting toned. Make sure to keep your elbows steady. Way to go. Once you get used to using the Wii remote, try increasing the weight. A good starting point
If
is
it's
to
injured,
try
we'll
walk.
put him down. If he's not injured, we'll try and tranquilize him and then see if we can't hobble it and get it off the ice and take him somewhere where he should be.
Hold the Wii remote in your right hand. Remember to wear the wrist strap. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down.
The moose senses something is going to happen and slowly walks away.
Keep your back straight to reduce stress on your lower back.
He probably will run for cover in the forest, but as you can see, there isn't any here.
Keep it up.
Still trying to get away, he falls once again in his attempt at escape.
Make sure to keep your elbows steady. Great. Keep it up.
Nonetheless, the animal is still
Keep your back
close enough to
straight
be guarded
reduce stress on
successfully.
your lower back. Make sure to keep your elbows steady. Keep your back straight to reduce stress on your lower back. This exercise is popular.
The tranquilizer is safe and does no harm to the animal.
That's it. Feel your triceps getting toned. Make sure to keep your elbows steady. Great.
The first
Keep it
dose
up.
apparently is not enough, and the moose gets back up.
Thanks for using Locast.org, the nonprofit that makes local, over-the-air broadcasts available to everyone. Just $5 each month covers the cost of delivering your local broadcast channels. Please help Locast by becoming a member today.
And he walks away.
Down. Down.
So a second dose is administered, and this time it works.
Down.
The drug animal is now ready for the rescue team
Keep your
to
back
load onto the
straight
wooden
to reduce
platform
stress on
to be
your lower
pulled
back.
back to shore.
This is a great exercise for toning your arms. Great. Keep it up. This exercise is popular because it helps tone your upper arms. That's it. Feel your triceps getting toned. Keep your back straight to reduce stress on your lower back.
Looks like it's a happy ending. Right now, he seems to be doing pretty well. We're going to move him as fast as possible. That's the idea here. The sooner we get him into his own environment, and the ministry will give him a
Feel your triceps getting toned.
This moose was very lucky. Many compassionate
Way to
people
go.
got involved and helped the
Once you
animal
get used
return to a
using your
safer
remote,
environment.
try increasing
Next
the
up, another furry
A
critter
good
has
starting
lost
point
its
could be
way.
a bottle of water.
Elsewhere, this cat pays an unexpected visit to a quiet neighborhood.
I walked out to see what my dogs were barking at, and when I walked out, I saw this large animal. I thought it was a coyote. I threw something up on the tree thinking that it's gone, but when I shined my flashlight, boy, it had a long tail. It wasn't no kitty cat either.
Down.
I often hear people talk about life after college as the real world. But university life does not exist in a bubble, and the real world is part of what students carry with them when they enroll. It can be financial or personal hardship within their families, the scars of discrimination for their color or sexual orientation, the burdens they carry with them from combat. And they're here because they can juggle all of those things. Some are here despite disabilities, not defined by their disabilities, because you earn it every day. And I'm proud to be with you today to celebrate your victory. You were smart before the tassel ever turned. You were smart before you came to us. Because what I love about our students is their resiliency, their optimism, their perseverance, their grit. It gives me enormous hope about what's to come.
Back straight to relieve stress on your lower back. Make sure to keep your elbows steady. Great, keep it up. This is a great exercise for toning your arms. Hold the wheel remote with your left hand. Remember to wear the wrist strap. Press the A button when you're ready.
You sure need to.
Seafood.
Certainly he doesn't want to end up here. But where to go? The LA County Sheriff's Department is alerted, but it's a call that's most unusual. They jumped the gun on this culprit, but the two-legged suspect is too quick and makes a run for it. Trying to hide from the law is never a good idea, and now officers call for backup. It's the Department of Animal Care and Control. They will know how to deal with this
Make sure to
fugitive.
keep your elbows steady. Great, keep it up. This exercise is popular because it helps tone your upper arms. That's it. Use your triceps.
Skill 3. This evening's evasion of the law is getting some attention. But watch out! The law has finally collared him.
Make sure to keep your elbows steady. This exercise is popular because it helps tone your upper arms.
Secured, animal control officers carefully pick up this hairy suspect.
This
And what a
exercise is
handful he
popular because
is.
it helps tone your upper arms. Great, keep it up.
The fugitive
That's
critter
it.
is placed in the
Your
truck,
triceps getting
although he
toned.
puts up one last
This
struggle.
exercise is popular because it helps tone your upper arms. Way
Our
to go.
lost emu will be taken to headquarters for questioning and won't be released until his rightful owner is
A
found.
good starting point could be a bottle of water.
Case closed. Meantime, in a different part of Southern California, a more dangerous wild animal is reported in someone's backyard.
Hold the wheel remote in your right
Taking a
hand.
nap, this large cat attracted lots of attention.
I walked out to see what my dogs were barking at, and when I walked out, I saw this large animal. I thought it was a coyote. I threw something up on the tree thinking that it's gone, but when I shined my flashlight, boy, it had a long tail. It wasn't no kitty cat either. And when I realized what it was, we called 911.
We came out here on a bobcat and a tree program. I came on scene and I looked up in the tree, and the cat in the tree was considerably bigger than the bobcat.
Keep it up.
We're dealing with a mountain lion. It's a California mountain lion, obviously, and it's a young one, and I believe it's a female. Just looking at her, she appears to be female.
The animal is about 80 pounds. Wildlife rescuers now must tranquilize the cat in order to move it.
Because it helps tone your upper arms. Make sure to keep your elbows steady. Great, keep it up. That's it. Use your triceps getting toned. Great, keep it up. Keep your back straight to reduce stress on your lower back. Make sure you keep your elbows steady.
They deployed a tranquilizer dart. They looked at the cab and they judged its poundage and then measured the medication out properly. And then they used an air gun to transport the dart into the cab. That feel a little bigger than I thought.
Down. Up. Down.
This was a very, very mellow mountain lion. It was not agitated in any way. But what one basically to do is take a nap up in a tree. But still, a mountain lion potentially is a very hazardous animal. And those precautions that were taken tonight
This exercise is popular because it helps tone your upper arms. Keep your back straight.
This cat will now be taken to a safer environment.
Great. Keep it up. That's it.
Another successful animal rescue thanks to many dedicated professionals.
This exercise is popular because it helps
Animal
tone your
rescue
upper
returns
arms.
after this brief
This
break.
is a great exercise for toning your arms. This exercise is popular because it helps tone your upper arms.
If you, like many people, are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid,
Your arms.
here's something important to
This
know.
is a great
Now
exercise
you
for
could get
toning
even
your
more
arms.
health benefits than you already
That's
have.
it. Feel your
It's the
triceps.
United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan. To find out if you or someone you care about is eligible, it's easy. Call now to talk with us. Dr.
That was a great workout.
So call
Once
the
you
number.
get used to using the Wii remote, try
7-0.
increasing the weight. A good starting point
Food
is a
is
bottle of water.
2 to 3 times weekly in small quantities, but remove uneaten portions at the end of the day. Dried fruits can also be offered, and of course, always have fresh, clean water available for your pet bird. And that's this edition of Animal Rescue. Thanks for watching. Join us next time as we showcase those caring individuals who help the various creatures in the animal kingdom. I'm Alex Payne. On the next Animal Rescue, Heroes. Amazing rescues and extraordinary efforts. Watch compassionate individuals help animals in trouble. Learn about different critters and the dedicated people who care for them. Plus, animal safety tips and information on how to better care for your lovable pet. All this and much, much more next time on Animal Rescue Heroes.
I just gotta delete this. I already watched it. Gotta delete it from the DVR.
Times.
This program contains true stories of rescues. All of the 911 calls you will hear are real. Whenever possible, the actual people involved have helped us reconstruct the events as they happened.
Memphis, Tennessee was home to the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. His legacy lives on there in many ways, but probably none more meaningful than the hospital care unit that bears his name. This story is not a recreation. It's the reality of Nights on Call at Elvis Presley Memorial Trauma Center.
Have you ever seen this episode before?
Which episode is it?
It's Elvis Hospital. It's Elvis DocuKid and Potomac River. Potomac River Rescue.
I think I have, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if I've
When
seen
help
this.
arrives, the 18-year-old
But I'll
youth
watch
who
it
had been found
anyway.
hanging had already been taken down.
I think I've seen this episode before.
Me and got into an argument and he said, okay, that I would regret it. And I went in the back to fix my baby bottle. When I came back, that's when I looked out the window and he was hanging from the tree.
Our primary concern was how long he had been in the tree and whether there was going to be brain damage. We were also
Maybe I haven't
concerned that
seen
there might be some cervical spinal damage, so we placed him on the spinal board.
Most of the time you find you're hanging, patient's been there too long to do anything about. He did not look in very good shape, very close to not being alive at all.
He was unconscious. It was a bad sign. It made it more urgent for us to get the oxygen on him and the intravenous line started.
He was making a lot of noise when he breathed. There was some kind of congestion or obstruction or damage to his neck.
Stay still. Andre, sit still. You gotta lay still, bud. Andre, hold your arms still.
He was having some seizure-like movement, and he was really trying to fight us.
With his fighting, it took 3 of us, but we did establish an IV line on him.
Okay. Memphis 12, this we're at your facility with a black male patient who was found hanging from a tree. First responders stated that they could not get a pulse on this patient. However, carotid pulse was palpable. We were still unable to obtain a blood pressure. We have about a 10-minute ETA at your facility. If you have any further questions or orders, check Unit 12.
Next,
No one really knew how long he had been hanging. I was pretty nervous that he was not going to wake up.
My finances.
You can
Do more. Heat and sweat.
Here's one we really need to reunite with her family.
When you enter the TV exclusive promo code below, you'll get your entire order shipped for free. Go to mission.com to order now.
Some missing children go years to
See,
find
they
their found.
still say
Here's
the
one we
Justice
really need to
Network
reunite
for
with her
missing
family.
children.
Morgan
You
Barrow
know,
was
it's True
19 years
Crime
old when she
Network.
was last seen on February 12, 2016 in Atlanta, Georgia. Her photo has been age progressed to 23 years. If you have any information that could bring Morgan home, please call 1-800-THE-LOST. That's 1-800-843-5678. Please help bring Morgan home.
they arrive at Elvis Presley Memorial Trauma Center within 10 minutes.
I never felt like there would be a good prognosis for this patient. I really felt like at best he would be paralyzed. It was a relief to turn him over to the doctors and the nurses there in the ER.
Amber's back on. He's breathing on his own. Don't force him to make him blood. Just let him breathe on his own. He's full volume.
Dr. Martin Probst heads up the trauma team.
I thought he was in pretty dire straits. He was not responsive, and he was having a lot of difficulty breathing. It was clear to me that he had probably suffered a period of time with fairly poor blood flow to the brain, and certainly poor oxygenation to the brain.
He's going to need
his head scanned, he's gonna need bilateral carotid arteriogram. We'll scan his head and neck too, just to make sure he doesn't have a laryngeal fracture. No one really knew how long he had been hanging. I was pretty nervous that he was not gonna wake up. What we're dealing
Dr. Cross explains Andre's condition to his mother, Jessie Carr.
Not really conscious. But he will open his eyes and he moves both his arms and moves both of his legs. Now, whether or not he's going to need an operation, I don't know yet. Whether or not he is going to wake up, I don't know. Only time will tell.
When they cut Andre down, he fell to the ground. He was just getting his last breath. It sounded like, like a person dying, gasping for their last breath.
His initial CT showed that he had a fair amount of pressure in his head. Seeing that swelling on his head CT, I was very concerned.
Arteriogram involves us putting a catheter into his common carotid arteries, which are two of the main vessels that go to his brain and run in his neck. We inject contrast material into those vessels and take a sequence of X-ray pictures to look for damage that may be caused by the blunt trauma of his injury. And there is some risk involved anytime you are working in an artery, particularly some of the arteries that go to the head.
Dr. Cross and radiologist Max Moss examine the results of the arteriogram to determine if surgery is needed.
We're done. Looks normal. Both sides look good. No carotid injuries. No neck injury, really. Now we're just dealing with his head. Hope it wakes up. He has some swelling in his brain. We just have to sit tight. Okay? Probably by the time you go back to see him, he won't be moving, and it's not because he can't move, it's because we gave him some medicine. Our plan is let that medicine wear off, and then we'll just see. We'll see what he can do and what he can't do. All right? But that's where we're staying right now.
When Andre is moved to the trauma ICU, his mother is finally allowed to see him.
When I saw him, I couldn't stand to look at him because he looked like he was dead. He wasn't saying anything, didn't recognize me, and didn't recognize anybody.
This is something that we can never tell until we have time to see how he recovers. He may be perfectly normal, he may never be normal again. It's hard to say.
The following night, Andre regains consciousness.
Keep your eyes open.
He did wake up a lot sooner than I thought he was going to. But I enjoy being wrong in instances like that.
Are you disheartened?
A little.
They're trying all the way.
If he had fallen just a little bit differently or his head had been tilted just a little bit differently, maybe he would have suffocated. Maybe things would have been a lot worse. I guess I'd put him in the lucky category.
3 days later, Andre Carr is physically ready to go home, but he must be officially released by psychiatrist Dr. Paul Hill.
We wanted to be sure that his mental state cleared before he left. He says that he had no intention to die and that he engaged in this behavior as a form of a prank. Hello, Mr. Carr, you ready to go home? Yes, sir. Okay, good. What was on his mind was to get the attention of someone else in a very dramatic way. Unfortunately, a lot of times people die of this behavior that they never meant to be a suicide attempt. There have been some problems between you and your lady friend who wanted to be sure that you had the phone number of where to call and get some therapy. So something like this won't happen again. All right? Many people during the course of their lifetime have periods where they become hopeless and they think about suicide as an option for their life. The problems that lead someone to suicide are treatable and helpable problems, whether they're social problems, whether they're drug or alcohol problems, or whether they're major mental illness. These things are all treatable. You can help people.
It was the dumbest thing I ever did in my life. And I regret, I regret it. And I know I'll never joke like that again. Still did.
I say that.
I said a rap group had a song, 911 is a joke. But it's not a joke in Memphis, because someone to get hurt in Memphis, 911 is there on time, prompt.
and ready to assist that person. And I can say it from experience because they was there on time for me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm here now. And I really appreciate 911.
Back home with his girlfriend Sabrina and their baby, Andre is thinking about their future.
I'm thankful the good Lord didn't take me. He gave me a second chance, and I have to better myself this time. And I'm grateful for that. Real grateful. I bet you miss me, though. Give me sugar, man. Give me sugar. Now I'm gonna spend more time with Sabrina and my baby, you know. And we're gonna do more things that a family should do.
I thought he wasn't going to make it, and I had just really told him how much I care for him. Now that I can, I have told him, and I want him to know that I care for him a lot.
Oh, Carl, what's up, Carl?
I'm just happy to have him home, and I'm gonna see if I can encourage him to use his second chance, because everybody don't get a second chance. And when you do get a second chance, you should take advantage of it. Andre and everybody else.
Me and Sabrina plan to get married, and all this will be in the past. And I got 2 months to live.
Thanks for using locals.org, the nonprofit that makes local over-the-air broadcast available
Oh,
to
you
everyone.
mean the next segment?
Yeah, this next segment, I meant.
Potomac
He
River?
got together with 3 of his
Because
nephews.
there's 2 stories on
Really crime.
Rescue
An all-new
911.
podcast from Vault Studios.
It says, Potomac River Rescue.
On April 28, 1990, 20-year-old Manfredo Ruiz got together with 3 of his nephews and one of their girlfriends for a weekend outing near their home in Arlington, Virginia. When they planned the excursion along the Potomac River, they had no idea how dangerous it might be.
Potomac River. This is Potomac River saved.
It's a very deceptive river. There's some visible rapids, but the calm areas in the river are very deceptive for the fact that a couple feet underneath, there's a lot of undercurrents. And that's where the people get in trouble. They come up here and they figure it's nice and calm. Once they get down in there, the undercurrent takes them, they just don't come back up.
Maybe they're rafting and they get in trouble instead of kayaking.
We were judging and singing Marine and Army songs. My uncle was having a very good time. But it was getting very hot. So we decided to cool down, to go down to the water.
Andres Gomez and his girlfriend Van led the way. Andres' young uncle Manfredes had never been down the river before.
Manfredo told me that he doesn't know how to swim, so I just laughed. I said, of course your uncle knows how to swim. He used to live near a beach, remember?
They're trying to drag him into the river, and he said he didn't know how to swim.
Yeah, come on. We started playing around, walking in the rocks and rock hopping.
The 5 of them had been hiking all day on trails along the river.
Fidel decided to dip his feet into the water because it was very hot that day. Everyone else went in too.
My brother Andre with his girlfriend were kind of far away from us.
We've been about 30, 45 minutes. It was getting late, then it was going to be a long walk back. I started walking through the rocks in the water, and there was no problem. Then my uncle asked me if he could walk there himself. I told him, yes, if I would too, why can't you walk through it? The water wasn't that deep.
Maybe this isn't a kayaking story.
Oh, this is when you drown.
We all thought it was playing first. He must have slipped or something. It must have been a hole. I told Van to jump in and try to save him. She's about the only one who knew how to swim. Maybe the rocks were too slippery.
whenever he tried to push himself up, he slipped down. She tried to grab him, but every time Monica grabbed into her back and kept pushing down, she just pushed my uncle away. She wanted to try herself. I jumped in, and when I went down, it started.
Hearing their desperate cries, two people
Well, the
on
guy
far
went
side of
to
the
see
river
if it
called
was
to
that
kayakers in
deep.
the distance.
Was deep, and it was.
Eventually, the call for help reached United States Park Police Officer Todd Ricks on patrol in the area.
One of the kayakers.
I don't
yelled
think
to
I've seen
somebody
this
fall in the water,
episode.
And there's possible drowning. At that point, I called the communication section.
I'm getting a report from a kayaker.
I knew that the Department of Natural Resources boat was in the river. My main concern was that getting to a drowning victim in that river is mostly impossible.
Somebody yelled at us from the other side of the river. The people on the Virginia side needed some help. So we paddled over there.
Chris Good and several other kayakers raced to help. The first to arrive was Jay Goldberg.
I pulled in and didn't see anything. I put the paddle down and pretty much just felt rock. He was right at the edge there of the river. I know how undercurrents are, and I figured the guy had been washed down and out.
They all knew that with each passing second, the chance of finding Manfredus alive was growing slimmer.
I had to do this. I mean, somebody's down there, you gotta go get him. And I just kind of kept deliberate, consistent movements, so I wanted to make sure I didn't do something stupid in the excitement of everything that would hurt me or somebody else. And I found a place where it just dropped off. And I remember I came back up, got a good breath, and I was thinking, well, boy, here goes. Yeah, I was basically lucky. About 6 feet down, and I swept my hand across and felt his hand and grabbed onto it and pulled him up.
There it is.
When Manfredus was finally pulled from the water, he'd been under for nearly 5 minutes. He was not breathing, nor did he have a pulse. Kayaker Tenny Kimes, a home care nurse, immediately began CPR.
As a nurse, I knew the only hope, the only way to save him was to do CPR right then and there. I thought it might be too late, but I knew if I did nothing, he would stay dead. And if I did CPR, he might come back.
3, 4, 5.
I felt kind of glad that there was somebody there to do CPR. I was like, good, go for it. Cheering him on, like, come on, come on.
It seemed like he had to bring up some water, so we rolled him on his side. And at that point, I was saying to myself, well, gee, I really hope he'll start breathing now, because he's got the pulse. Right then, I saw the breathing movement, and then the next one was a little deeper and a little deeper, and pretty soon, there he was, kind of snoring away. I was real scared that he had sustained brain damage, since I knew he'd been under the water for a long time.
Within 4 minutes, the Natural Resources police boat got to the scene with Officer John Carpenter on board.
The kayakers were trained well enough to know that once a patient begins breathing on his own, to leave him alone. The important thing was that they initiated the CPR and the rescue operations promptly. He wouldn't have had any chance at all if it hadn't been for them.
Manfredus Ruiz was transported by boat, then helicopter, to a nearby hospital. After 3 days in the critical care unit, he was released. Manfredus suffered no brain damage and was fully recovered from his near drowning.
You never know what kind of situation you'll be in. Like that day, we thought we were gonna have fun and nothing's gonna happen. And it all came down to somebody knowing CPR.
We knew that the river was dangerous. We just didn't follow the rules. I kept thinking, what if I had gotten my uncle out? I don't know much about CPR.
Yo pienso que si ellos hubieran...
I think that if they had not arrived when they had, I would not have gotten out and I would have died. And thanks to them, everything turned out fine.
I have to thank them from the bottom of my heart. They saved his life.
They were playing,
Recently, Manfredo's
they're having a
found
picnic
his rescuers for the
and
first
they're playing soccer
It worked.
after he
When I
was
brought him up until they did CPR, that's when his life came back.
I was amazed by the teamwork of the whole thing. It just flowed into place. I think everybody should take CPR. It's an excellent skill to have, and it can really save lives, as I found out. It's a miracle how it can work.
Now I'm gonna put something else on. It's almost 4 o'clock. It's 3:52. Animal Rescue Classics on
educational
Decade
and informative.
Network.
The following program contains actual video of real animal emergencies and is suitable for family viewing. Coming next, helping an injured camel.
Camel?
Plus,
Yeah.
saving some winged creatures. And a home for injured sea turtles. This is Animal Rescue Classics. Thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Payne. We travel to a very rural section of Texas where you'll be amazed to discover a wide variety of rescued animals.
The name of our sanctuary is Buffalo Rome, a sanctuary. We started in 1993 as a drive-through park and very quickly learned that there was a greater need for sanctuary homes for these kind of animals than there was for public tours for children and adults as well. Currently, we have
Look, there's a
approximately
tiger.
28
Tigers are
large
beautiful
cats.
animals.
We have approximately 150 animals out on the pasture. I would say around 50 birds. We also have a camel, a dromedary camel. His name is
A lot of
Bobby.
these
He has been
programs,
with us
Dog
about
Tales,
5 years
Animal
now.
Rescue,
He is a
are
general
EI,
vet, and he came to
educational,
us
and
with bad feet,
informative.
and fortunately for Omar, he found a good home. Okay, Omar, it's time. Melanie has your apples. Let's go. He came from Lubbock, Texas. He was used as a rider. He had extremely enlarged front feet. Now you can see how large his front feet are compared to his back feet. I don't know when the last time was that you saw normal camel feet, but neither of these are normal size. We brought him home and had our vet come out and look at him, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. We treated him for about 2 months. He couldn't walk except on his front knees. Otherwise, he was perfectly happy except for the fact that he couldn't walk. He was in too much pain. We sent him to Texas A&M, which is our state veterinary school. They gave us a choice. We could either put him down or we could sever the nerves in all 4 feet. As a youngster, he obviously had frostbite and had the second and third phalanges amputated off the back feet, which threw his weight distribution off. His front feet were very enlarged and he was in severe pain. Since he was such a young camel, we chose to do the surgery, and they severed the nerves in all 4 feet, which means that he feels no pain. We have to keep Omar in a sandy area They have a soft pad on the bottom of their foot. When he gets a pebble there or he gets a thorn, he gets an abscess. And so part of his daily ritual is antibiotics and treating his feet. And so this is part of his daily ritual. It has to be treated every day, hydrated first. Just a minute, baby, just a minute. His foot is actually about 3 times the normal size of a camel's foot. It's treated daily with this betadine pack, and then it's wrapped. Betadine is an iodine solution that kills infection and helps fight the bacteria in there. And of course the packing helps to keep that betadine down on top of the granulated area and in the abscess itself. The abscess has an opening at the top of his foot and on both sides. So it's very important that we let it heal from the inside out and also give him a cushion to keep as much dirt and other foreign matter out of his foot as much as we can. And as you can see, Omar loves apples. I don't know what we'd do if he didn't, because most camels would not allow you to do this kind of work on them. You can't help but love this camel. Most male camels are really not very nice guys, but Omar is an exception to that rule. He has a heart of gold, and he'd follow you around the world for an apple. Okay, good boy. Now you can see how beautiful he is. We think so anyway. He's a good boy. If we didn't do this, he would eventually have the abscess, the infection, work up through the bone into the main part of his body. And someday it may get to that point. But right now he has a healthy, happy outlook on life. He has nothing bothering him except his feet, and he doesn't even know that they bother him. So as long as we can keep him happy and reasonably healthy, that's what we can do.
And this condo is on Perkins Road.
Phoebe is one of our buffalo here. She was a rescue as well. The name Buffalo Run Sanctuary actually started with the first 2 animals we took in were 2 buffalo, male and female, Josh and Ruby. And he was the light of my life, and so we named the place Buffalo Run. Bibi actually is a rescue because she was born with cataracts on both eyes. Bibi came to us at 3 days old because her mother would not take care of her, and the rancher couldn't bother with her either. All he had to do was send her to the meat market. So we took Bibi in. The cost of repairing cataracts is $1,750 per eye. And so instead of spending the money on that, we have paired Bibi with other animals that have taught her how to get around. She has fairly decent eyesight as far as shadows are concerned during the day. At nighttime, she's virtually blind. We are trying to raise money right now to do surgery on Bibi, at least one eye, so that she can see to get through the pasture by herself. She was raised with the eland, which are South African animals, the largest antelope in the world. She grunts like an eland, she talks eland, and then she discovered there was another animal out here that spoke her language, about a 400-pound pot-bellied pig named Sissy. Sissy was a rescue as well. She was about a 500-pound pig when we first got her. The people had her as a rescue themselves, and they didn't know what to feed her, so they were feeding her Twinkies and donuts and other things like that. She was so fat she could barely get around, and some neighborhood dogs attacked her. And the lady that had Sissy didn't know what to do with her, so she called us, and we took Sissy in. And she's become quite a surrogate mother. Bibi is convinced that Sissy is her mother and her confidant, and she drives Sissy crazy trying to sleep right next to her at night. It's a little difficult for Bibi to get down under a mesquite brush with Sissy. What you're about to see next, you probably won't believe. We got a call about 2 years ago to rescue a Siberian female.
What?
When I talked to the lady on the phone, she said that I would also have to take the Siberian female's friend. Who is her friend, I said. A pound puppy named Fritz. So we took in Joy and Fritz. Joy and Fritz are both 6 years old. They came from Lockhart, Texas. Fritz was a pound puppy taken in from the Austin Pound. Joy is a Siberian Bengal cross female. Fritz runs the show.
We'll just leave the.
Joy
thing
does
up
exactly
here
what Fritz
until
says to do.
You go.
Occasionally, she is not too happy, and
Yeah,
Fritz
well,
knows when to
first
duck
they-
for cover.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I know, Angel, I know. I think it sort of gives humanity hope, doesn't it? We hear all sorts of things out here to rescue. We do take in native whitetail, raccoons, rabbits. Occasionally we get calls on owls and other birds. We take in exotic hoofstock, eland, elk, red deer, pot-bellied pigs, goats, sheep, farmyard animals as well as exotics. Some of them do come in injured, some of them actually have been taken pretty well care of. They have nutrition problems as youngsters, and so we have bone problems, hip dysplasia, joint problems, that sort of thing. But a number of them come in that have been very well cared for. They just don't know what to do with them when they weigh 600 pounds. I trust these animals, I respect these animals, and it's my life work, and I couldn't be happier. If I take my last breath right here, I couldn't complain.
Judy Savage is truly an animal rescue hero. Next, helping some injured winged friends.
If we didn't do this, many different complications can take place.
Call Hero.
This is one of our cases. This is a peregrine falcon. This is a threatened species that arrived at the center quite a while ago. And at this time, we're going to bring him out of the cage so that we can medicate his feet. It's very important when you're trying to catch these birds, you're going to try to definitely protect yourselves with these gloves. They're very, very powerful talons. Bring the wings, cup the wings. These are very high-strung birds, and what we're going to do before we medicate, we want to put the bird under anesthesia to minimize any stress on the animal. This is a very safe form of anesthesia where these birds can be put under very quickly, and after the procedure is done, they come back very quickly as well. This bird has what we call bumblefoot, which is an infection of the pads of the bottom of the feet. And many times it's primarily caused through husbandry problems within cages and outside perching. And what we need to do is we need to clean the feet daily to keep them as clean as possible. We want to try to get the infection under control as soon as possible. So we'll be treating it first, cleaning the pads with betadine, and then we're going to be giving it some medications and placing the bandages back on. If we didn't do this, many different complications can take place. The infection will set in. Antibiotics need to be given to the animal to control the infection. If that doesn't happen again, they can develop arthritis, and it's a very serious infection. In many cases, if this were to happen, you don't usually see it in the wild, but in captivity, they lose the ability to grab, and they lose the ability to function, their feet to function properly. You can see the area where the infection has set in. Perfect situation here where this talon came into this area right there, and the infection set in. So we're going to be cleaning it thoroughly and once again rebandaging it. When you keep an animal like this particular type of bird of prey that's very high strung, we want to try to prevent feather damage. There are other birds of prey like red-tailed hawks and red-shouldered hawks that will sit in the cage primarily very calm. So within all the different species, you want to try to treat that animal individually in terms of trying to make sure that you give them the best possible cage and cage requirements and to keep them as comfortable as possible. When a bird of prey arrives at the center, we try to resolve a puzzle. We're not too sure what has happened to the bird. In many cases, we depend on the public to bring these animals to us. They're the ones that have found the animal on the side of the road, perhaps, or taking a walk in one of the parks. So when the animal comes to us, one of the first things that we try to do is, number one, establish their weight, do a physical, try to determine if this animal has sustained any injuries, any fractures to the wing primarily. We take blood, and we're very fortunate here at the Atlanta Museum of Science to be able to conduct blood work on these animals so that we can get immediate results. We can have a fairly good idea. This animals have been exposed to pesticide. From over 150 to 175 birds of prey that we see annually, we do depend on the public, and most of these animals have arrived here with the help of the public.
Showcasing the efforts of compassionate individuals helping all kinds of animals.
This falcon, he has a very good chance of being released back into the wild. He's very alert. He's very anxious to get out of his cage. It's a very rewarding experience to be able to help these animals, to be able to give them medical attention and hopefully release them back into the wild. And I think the staff all agrees that probably the most rewarding experience is to be able to release that bird back into the wild, and hopefully they'll continue on with their species.
That bird and many others have been treated and released back into the wild thanks to the efforts of those dedicated staff members at the Falcon Bachelor Bird of Prey Center. Next, attempting to save some sick sea turtles.
This one may never be released because she is virtually blind on both eyes. If they
Even a small one. Escape purifying. This natural sea-like habitat, which is also a rehabilitation enclosure, is home to injured sea turtles recovering from various injuries. Sea turtles have inhabited the Earth's waters for millions of years, but today their very existence is at risk because of human threats. Pollution, commercial fishing, and the disturbance of their nesting sites caused by residential development.
This is one of our sea turtle rehabilitation pools, and this is a hawksbill turtle, an endangered species that came in, and you can tell it's a hawksbill from its beak. It has the little hawksbill there, and you can also tell from the imbrication of its shell. You can see the shells kind of imbricate on each other as it's going down. As you can see, this hawksbill is doing incredibly well, has a lot of energy, has gained an incredible amount of weight, and as you can see, she's grown quite nicely, and she's almost at that length to be released. This one came in for being impacted. Unfortunately, someone threw some trash in the water as they're not supposed to, and of course any sea turtle will go ahead and eat it. So this one did come in for impaction, and it came in actually as a small hatchling. When she first came in, she was about that size. She would fit on the palm of our hand. So now we just keep her in a rehabilitating pool, and very soon, hopefully the next month, we'll be able to set her free. This is Jessie, and Jessie actually came in for being hit by a propeller on a boat. The small white mark that you see on her back was a propeller wound, and she's also doing very well, and hopefully will be released she will probably take a little bit longer, maybe within the next 6 months. As you can tell, she's a bigger turtle because she's a loggerhead turtle. She's not a hawksbill. Hawksbill turtles tend to be smaller. This turtle will actually grow to be about 200 pounds. This is another rehabilitating turtle. Unfortunately, this one may never be released because she is virtually blind on both eyes. She came in as a small hatchling. The ants had gotten her eyes, and she virtually has no eyesight. She is a hybrid between probably a hawksbill turtle and a loggerhead. But as you can see, quite feisty, and she'll just probably live the rest of her years here at Miami Seaquarium. Okay, she can go back.
When the condition of these turtles has improved, they are moved here for the final stage of rehabilitation prior to their release into the wild. However, some turtles with more serious injuries will remain at the Seaquarium to live out the rest of their lives. Like this loggerhead, it sustained severe wounds to the flipper after getting tangled with fishing lines. But it's a good life here. Thanks to the dedicated Seaquarium staff, these endangered animals get a second chance to live. Animal Rescue returns right after this brief break. And that's this edition of Animal Rescue. Thanks for watching. Join us next time as we showcase those caring individuals who help the various creatures in the animal kingdom. I'm Alex Payne, and here's what's coming up. On the next Animal Rescue, an abandoned baby tiger cub is found with
That's a
broken
baby
legs.
tiger.
To learn how to reverse
It's 4:13. Oh, Mama's Family. That's on MeTV.
Mm-hmm.
Emerald Live.
Dog Tales.
Yep.
DuckTales, coming up next on True Crime Network.
DuckTales, Family Edition. America's premier dog lovers magazine show. All the latest news from the dog world. Right now on this edition of DuckTales, Family Edition. Meet the Huntsman family from Austin, Texas, proud owners of two lovable pooches named Jet and Rude.
We got Jet from the Austin Animal Center, and Jet is an Anatolian Shepherd mix. We got both our dogs at the Austin Animal Shelter. I actually volunteer there, and I think it's super important for people to adopt dogs from there, or just shelters in general, as opposed to like breeding.
Dog Tales
Jet is
Family
an awesome
Edition
dog.
on
He's
True
like
Crime
the sweetest,
Network.
goofiest dog I've ever met. I'll spend like my whole day with like Jetson usually, and he always cheers me up.
Jet's a great watchdog. He definitely gets pretty alert when somebody new shows up. He is good to warm up to folks once he kind of realizes that it's okay. But he's been a great watchdog. You can tell he definitely is used to kind of taking care of flock because he.
I am gonna have dinner
likes to
after
make sure he's in the
we
right
leave,
place
but I'm
and
just not
really
having
likes to
anything
protect it.
now. Although I am
Jet's like
hungry.
almost 90 pounds, but he thinks he's like a lap dog. He just pops himself down on you. The first week that we had brought him home, he was such a large dog, and I had cooked some chicken, to make some chicken and dumplings, and I turned my back for a minute, and he had swallowed a whole chicken. So he kind of ate our dinner one night. Every time it's time to do laundry, wash the towels, he goes and he grabs the towel and he runs around the house because he wants us to chase him. So we'll get the towel from him. And it's his little game he does every time we do the laundry. The first time we brought him home, we let him into our backyard. I got on the trampoline. There's a stump right by the trampoline. So we just hopped onto the stump and hopped onto the trampoline and he starts jumping.
He loves the trampoline.
He's really enjoyed having a new companion with our new dog Rue. He's been great with the little puppy dog.
We had Jet for about a year. Ethan wanted a smaller dog to play with, and they also wanted Jet to have a friend to hang out with in the backyard and in the house. So we again went to the shelter, for several days and just checked out all the dogs, and we finally found Rue, and we brought her home, and they have been like best playmates since. Rue is, I think she's cattle dog, collie border mix, purebred, that is what the vet said.
Rue's been great. She's been a good companion to the household. Jed actually lets her kind of do her own thing, which is kind of fun. She's recently just taken over his throne, the main chair in the living room, which is kind of funny.
There's a chair in the living room that he always jumps on top of, and Rue decided she wanted to get on there too, so they kind of fight over that now. Rue is so sneaky. She's really sweet, and I don't know, I love them both. They're incredibly attached to each other. If we have them apart and one of them starts barking or whining, the other one gets really sad and they start whining too. He's like a little tiny person, and stuff. I'm like having a bad day, he'll come and cuddle with me. Right when I get home, they're always standing by the door, and they're just waiting to greet me, and I walk in, and they're all happy and make me happy. They love each other, they've gotten along well, and now the kids want to start a dog.
They definitely have been part of the family and really have become one of the favorite parts, I think.
They're definitely part of the family. They love jumping up on our bed and snuggling with us, even the big dog.
Our thanks to the Hunterman family for inviting
Oh,
us
I
to
don't
their home
see
and share
the
their
first
dog
48 on A&E tonight. Maybe it was tomorrow night that it was on.
Next up, our Spotlight Breed, and much, much more on Dogtails, Family Edition.
Let's take care of each other. Do a little more good. That's what we want at United Healthcare. It's why we have Dual Complete, a plan for people with Medicare and Medicaid. Dual Complete lets you keep your current benefits and gives you even more coverage and support at no extra cost to you. So if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, call United Healthcare today to learn about the extra benefits you could get.
Recording
Most
series, the
plans give you
first
over
48
$600
on
in
A&E.
credits to shop for approved health items such as vitamins, toothpaste, even first aid kits. Let's give a little more. Medicare and Medicaid give you some coverage, but Dual Complete gives you even more benefits. You'll get more dental benefits, hearing coverage, and up to $50 for healthy foods every month. You'll also get more rides to your doctor appointments or the pharmacy, because that's what good care is.
Welcome back.
Pushing the loop.
Los Angeles.
I'm a very special dog.
Everybody loves me. I'm a bundle of joy
With a
pedigree. They play this song every episode. I love it.
Sophie's breed is Coton de Tuilier. They're the royal dog of Madagascar. They're wonderful dogs. They have a very even disposition. They're very sociable around people and other animals. People often ask me how I got Sophie, since she is a rare breed. I saw a picture in a magazine of a Coton called the American Kennel Club in New York City, and they referred me to people who own them.
Yeah, have some vitamin water.
That's how I found her. And she flew to me.
Hey, wasn't going to get a soda?
Yeah, because we both had a lot of soda this weekend. Even though I like it, I don't want to have any
Today
more.
I called to try and buy this dog.
Can you get it open?
I'll try. It's on real tight.
Calls for 3 unborn puppies because Barbra Streisand had appeared on Oprah with her Coton, and I feel like I was very lucky.
Maybe bang it against something.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
People think these dogs look similar to a Maltese. However, Her face is much longer than most Maltese. She has a longer body, shorter legs. This is a wonderful tale. The breed itself originated in Tulier, which is a port town in Madagascar. And the dogs were a combination of animals that were on ships leaving from France, that shipwrecked and swam shore. And yes, the dogs, and it became a different breed.
I think I need a
And these little dogs could bring down a wild boar when they
rubber glove to get it open.
Yeah.
Sophie loves to play in the park. She loves to chase her frisbee. She loves to play with my little granddaughter, Sydney. And, but basically, Sophie is a real lifestyle. She's a very cuddly companion.
Did you finally get it open?
They're very good with children. They're very playful. They're like little clowns. They're a little bit high maintenance when it comes to their coat. I brush my Sophie every day to keep her from being matted.
Yeah, you got it open.
And they have a very soft.
Ooh, it tastes like strawberry lemonade.
Well, it probably is strawberry lemonade.
The best thing about Sophie in my mind is she's so loyal, so calm, and so loving. I can take Sophie with me.
Went down the
outside
wrong
the
pipe.
restaurant patios. She sits on my lap at the dentist. She goes everywhere with me, and she sits on her little pad, and she's very well behaved and very nice to everybody. I don't
Let
have
me
to worry
try
about her
some.
barking or
That's what it is. Strawberry lemonade. The flavor tastes like strawberry
Yeah, it
lemonade.
says strawberry lemonade.
I would highly recommend them with kids. They just have to be aware that you do have to take care of them.
This
with
tastes pretty good.
And high maintenance coats. People who love Cotons are very concerned about puppy mills. And though Cotons are not predisposed to a lot of the genetic diseases that a lot of breeds have, we don't
You can
want
have the
pets to
whole
develop
bottle
those
if you
diseases.
want.
So
No, I don't want the whole
Oh.
bottle. I'm gonna have to pee if I have the whole bottle.
Their eyes,
Oh.
patellas, and hips checked. And enjoy them. They're wonderful.
But I'll have some.
Wait, it says breed, Coton de Tulier, country of origin, Madagascar, temperament friendly, additional comments, affectionate, good with children, intelligent.
Get the ball. Cute.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hey, I just got a text from my...
Welcome to a special training session run by the English Police Dog Academy.
Crime, an all-new podcast from Fall Studios.
Family Edition. Welcome to a special training session run by the English Police Dog Academy, working with the National Police Dog Foundation.
National Police Dog Foundation is a group that was organized in 1998 to act as an advocate to the public for the police dogs. Like most of the public, we thought that departments were fully budgeted for their dogs, and when they came to me, I found out they weren't. Forward!
Today is what we call maintenance training for the dogs. That means the dogs have already been trained in patrol, narcotics, and explosives. And today is just maintenance training like you would change the oil in your car. That's why they're here. We can fix things that have gone wrong, and then we challenge them and give them new things to do.
Okay, keep your dogs by your hip, keep your feet together. They're out looking for bad guys, they're looking for even good people that sometimes wander away from home that need to be found. So the dog has to maintain a high level of obedience to be controlled. You excited to be by you today, Greg?
Basic patrol training is 5 weeks. That's with the dog and the handler. And that teaches the dog to understand what police work is about and some of the unique things that they have to do with police work that they haven't been taught before.
We start slow. We don't start everything at 100%. We start things very slow so the dog can ease into them. But by the time they're a year street dog, they've seen a million different scenarios and can handle almost anything with your own. What we focus on in our training group is a lot of control. Where the dog heels, the dog sits when the handler leaves them, the dog downs, down and leave them. Our dogs are very well controlled to the point where they can go apprehend a suspect 1 second, the next second they can go do a demo for small children and even elderly, where the dog can be loved on by many people.
Called right. We think about this as dog training, but it really isn't. It's handler canine team training. The handlers have to be trained as much as the dogs and keep their training up as well.
The handlers, this is brand new to them too. So we have a dog and a handler. Hopefully we're training the handler to help them train the dog, but it can get a little difficult since we're training two at the same time.
I've been training dogs for about 23 years. I have been doing it since I was born. My dad had me on a backpack, and he would work dogs and just swing me around where the dogs were apprehending him or doing obedience. For police work, you need a dog that has high drive, a dog that listens very well, because there's many commands we have to teach these dogs. And they have to be willing to use their nose a lot. That's the most precious part of these dogs, is their nose. Their eyes, not so good, they have pretty good hearing, but their nose is the thing that can smell someone hiding underneath the ground, in between walls and attics, out in a huge open area that just looking, you wouldn't think anyone's hiding there, but their nose can detect someone.
We use German Shepherds, Malinois, Labradors. Some of the hunting breeds are used only for detection.
Because each dog is an individual, and you have to tailor the training for the dog. There's even a difference between the male dog and the female dog. So it's a program that is basic probably for all trainers, but from there you branch out depending upon what the dog needs and the dog's ability to handle whatever you're going to give it.
Tactical sit! German Shepherds are really smart dogs. That's why they're used mainly for police work. You see them doing drug narcotics. You see them doing suspect apprehension. You see them doing search and rescue. Their intelligence level is phenomenal, and they're also very beautiful dogs. The ability of their speed, I haven't seen anyone be able to outrun a police dog yet without a head start. The methods we use is we use positive reward. So the dog does something, it gets a positive reward for doing something else. So you'll see the dog go after the suspect, and the handler call the dog back to him. You'll see him pull out a toy, boom, the dog gets that toy. So they know, hey, there's always a positive reward for what I'm doing. Right now, what we're putting on him is a full suit. This is the best equipment you can use training a dog, because it teaches them that anywhere on the body is available to apprehend the suspect. They have the stomach, the thighs, knees, back, butt, shoulders, everywhere. We put a helmet on to keep him protected, because that's his most vital part of his body, is his face. We want to keep that looking good. So when you see most work, they have a sleeve on, and that just teaches arms. This teaches everything. You can see he's completely covered. He's got a neck roll. His arms are covered all the way down to his ankles. We wear boots too, keep the feet protected, because some dogs do come off and try to nibble on some toes a little bit. But you can see, completely protected, and that's why we use this.
Without the dog, we would not catch as many crooks as we do. They're hiding, they're doing something, we just can't find them. We can't find the explosives, we can't find the narcotics. The dog, in that respect, is worth I don't know how many officers. We could search a building a tenth of a time, it would take the officers to do that, and they just perform a very good function.
We try and think of it as many training scenarios as possible, so that when it happens on the street, both the officer and the dog say, this is easy, we did this in training, we know exactly how to do it, and they can be deployed into just about any scenario out there that is a real life call.
The handlers take the dog home. There's a bond there that, just like a human partner, if you were to spend every day with them, you become very attached, and the dog has the same feeling towards the handler.
They become a family dog. We like that. They can be a police dog, but yet they can still be a family dog. You can have people over the house, you don't have to worry about the dog biting him. If you looked at them at their house, you would swear they were just a normal, average house dog. We take him to work with us, and he socializes with all the other officers. He comes in and out of the car with me, he goes a lot of places with me, he socializes with the public. As soon as it's time to call him into action, he's ready to go. Since I retired from hospital practice, I now come out to training 2 days a week with the Police Canine Medical Unit. The National Police Dog Foundation helps to support the services of training through standby veterinarian 2 days a week at training. And we use this also to go to special events. We take care of minor routine medical things here, including vaccinations and small injuries. I cannot imagine our police forces operating without police dogs. They reduce risk factors to police officers and the public so much, and it's in such a quiet, unassuming way. Most people don't even realize the lives they save by not allowing scenarios to scale out of hand. I'm out of here! A lot of these dogs are funded mainly through donations, which means the police department doesn't give the money to take care of these dogs.
Mama's
The handlers have
family
to go out and
breaking
raise
up
the
is
money
hard
just
to
to get their
do.
police dogs. So for the dog to be out there helping the community, that is basically a cycle that you have. The community donates to the dog, and you're able to get the dog out there to protect you. I hope I'm making a difference. These officers and deputies call me with stories all the time saying how someone's grandma walked away and the dog was able to find the grandma a couple miles away, and they reunite the family, lost children.
Have you
that
ever
wander away,
seen
bad guys that
Cobra
bad things
Chaos
I feel that
choking
when I'm out there
Granny?
training them, they help them on the street to be able to find those guys.
Of Rescue
You know,
911?
I'm not really there like the officers are. but
Well, let's
I'm
watch it
back.
anyway.
It feels
Or
pretty
have you seen 13-year-old Heimlich Civil War? I don't know if we'll have time to play both of them, but we will have
We
time
can
to
watch
play.
one of them.
Don't go away, we'll be right back. At the top, Elsa.
Find us at Target.
Yeah. In common with wolves. Like wolves, dogs prefer to live in groups called packs. But unlike wolves, a modern dog pack may consist of a family and just 1 or 2 dogs. IFAW, the International Fund for Animal Welfare, offers these facts about dogs and packs. Most dogs do not like being away from their pack for long periods of time, including being left in the yard alone for hours, or left at home while you go to work. They may exhibit signs of separation anxiety when left alone, such as destructive chewing, damaging property, or excessive barking. The average dog owner should ensure that their dog has plenty of interaction with people. Also, a dog that lives outside most of the time needs to come inside or have people go outside to interact with him. There's been a lot of attention to the idea of an alpha dog who is dominant over others. Although there is some truth to this, it's still a concept not fully understood by professional behaviorists.
There's kids jumping
If
out
you
of
think
the
that you may have a
trampoline.
dog who is challenging the authority of other members of your family, you should get help from someone who specializes in dog behavior, especially if you think he or she may become aggressive. Remember, your dog is part of your new family pack. Like any other member of your family,
A dog
he's looking
with a
forward to
tennis
seeing
ball
you
in its
morning,
mouth.
noon, and night. Like every other family member, dogs are a lifetime commitment and should only be given up to an animal shelter after you have tried everything to make your new dog pack functional.
Here are real. Whenever possible, the actual people involved have helped us reconstruct the events as they happen. We begin in Miami, Florida, where Grant Kemmer was outside on the patio of his apartment, tending to his favorite pets.
Grant's always loved animals. He didn't care what they were.
He wanted to have snakes. We allowed him to have snakes at the house, which were non-poisonous snakes. After he had his own place, he told me that he was going to get some semi-poisonous snakes. And I knew that once we had progressed to a semi-poisonous snake, that the next thing was going to be a poisonous snake.
And I told him whenever he got the snakes, I said, you know, one of these days they're gonna call me at work and they're gonna tell me you've been bitten. And Grant's pat answer to that was, no, Mom, don't worry, trust me, it will never happen.
Ignoring his parents' warnings, Grant bought a rare albino Asian cobra, one of the most deadly animals in the world.
When Grant showed me the cobra, I was fascinated by it. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's also absolutely lethal. Grant said that the snake was docile, but to me the snake was very hostile. Anytime I was ever around the snake would hood, and the snake would strike the front of the cage, and it would continue to strike the front of the cage until its nose was bloody.
Shortly before midnight on November 20th, 1989, Grant went to change the cobra's water. After 4 years, he was confident he could handle the snake safely. Larry Wygand had only been Grant's roommate for a month.
When he pulled out his albino snake, I noticed that it was getting close to him, but I didn't worry because I knew that he's handled it before.
Carefully keeping the snake's head away from his body, down near his thick leather boots, Grant reached for the snake's empty water bowl.
Uh-oh.
Oh! I heard him shout from the patio, and when I looked out, he was putting the albino snake back into the cage.
Well, I hope he didn't give that mean snake any water. That mean
Grant was
snake
shocked.
didn't
He
deserve
started
any
to
water.
react, I think. Maybe feel a little nauseous. So then he said, Larry, just get me to the hospital, let's go.
Without treatment, the cobra's venom could kill Grant within a few hours.
When
I think
Grant
the
started
snake
telling
bit
me
him on
that
the leg.
His reaction might be a cardiac arrest. That's when I really started to worry.
When we continue,
This particular antivenom.
Yeah, I can see the blood coming out.
Available in the hospital because it's used so rare.
Cora.com.
Let's see. An elderly woman chokes on a robe, and pet cobra bites
Motioned me to
man.
roll my window down. So I
This is on
motioned
Justice
him to
True
pull off
Crime
the shoulder of the
Network.
road. When I got out of the car, the driver
6:30
came
to
out
7 a.m.
excited, waving his
Cobra
arms,
chaos.
screaming something to the fact that his buddy or the passenger was bitten by a cobra. I saw the victim slumped over and the blood running down his leg, and I figured the time was of essence.
Florida Highway Patrol Officer Jim Carr headed for the nearest hospital.
I then notified the station that I had a snake bite victim and that he'd been bit by a cobra, and that they needed to tell the hospital, Baptist ER, that I had somebody coming in so they could prepare for him. I reached speeds right in the area of 100, 110 miles an hour. It allowed me to get to Baptist in right around the area in 3 minutes. I know that you get bit by a cobra, you don't have a whole lot of time to deal with it. He was still conscious at the time, but as I was carrying him in, he said that he was getting a little lightheaded.
You got a snake bite. Okay, I'll get that clear. What kind of snake was it? Cobra. We'll see if we have the evidence.
Let's get the leads on it.
He told us.
Have you ever seen this episode, or is this the first
And
time
we
you've
realized
seen it?
that we
I think
had
it's the
problem.
first time I've
This
seen it.
particular
Oh, I've seen this
antivenom
episode
for an Asian
before.
cobra isn't kept available in the hospital because it's used so rarely.
I don't remember watching this.
The emergency room
I don't
doctor
remember
Larry
this
Brennan
episode.
had never treated a cobra bite before.
I was changing the water bowl in his cage. I keep it.
When did it happen?
About 20 minutes ago.
The fact that he was so sick so soon after being bitten meant to me that he had had a rather severe bite. And this really caused a lot of concern because this particular type of snake has a neurotoxin, basically, that can paralyze a person. He could stop breathing, his heart could stop, and I knew right at the particular time there was not a lot we could do for him.
That may have this antivenom.
The nursing staff and people at the desk began to make phone calls to try and obtain some type of antivenom that we could use, and no one actually could agree on the type of antivenom that we needed. You recognize your mother?
Yeah.
He was seeing double. He was shaking a little bit. He was slowly losing consciousness. He looked like he was dying. There was just a lot of things going through my head. How do we get him to this age and then all of a sudden this happens to him?
Grant asked them to contact his friend, snake expert Joe Wasilewski. Joe brought some anti-venom he thought would work to the hospital.
Poor Grant must have been scared half to death just by the vibrations of everyone coming on around him. Hey, Grant, I'm here. So I went in there as calm as I can be, and I just wanted to give him some confidence, and Grant seemed relieved. I've been through all that you're talking about. To see one of your friends in such a condition is scary. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the doctor up here.
The antivenom that he brought in was a South African cobra antivenom. The snake that had bitten Grant was an Asian cobra. If you used the wrong type of antivenom and you then wanted to re-inject him with a different type of antivenom, he may be sensitive to that and may have a full-blown allergic reaction.
It will work for that cobra. I know that.
The snake he has is an Asian cobra.
With only one chance to save Grant's life with antivenom, Dr. Branham was reluctant to use the wrong kind.
I don't know. See if you can get that information.
No problem.
Okay. I didn't know who he was, didn't know anything about him, so I really didn't know how reputable his information might be.
The trip to get the book kind of bothered me because I knew it would take an hour under normal circumstances. And from what I saw, his symptoms were going downhill fast.
Stay away. He was having trouble with his breathing, he was having trouble with his speech, having trouble with seeing even. Once these types of symptoms begin, the neurotoxin can progress very rapidly, leading to anything from coma to death.
It had been less than 2 hours since Grant was bitten.
I was hoping for the best and expecting the worst. I was praying to God that he would pull Grant through, that he would give him a second chance, that he wouldn't take my only son away from me.
Let's get another BP on him.
Around 2 a.m., Joe returned with the snake book.
When I showed the book to the doctor, it does say additional venoms neutralized, and it said Asian cobra, but there was an asterisk, and I never noticed the asterisk before, but the doctor sure did, and it actually said it may or may not neutralize this venom, and if it does, it may be slight. So the doctor still wasn't convinced that this was the proper serum.
And when you come right down to it, we really didn't have a choice. We had to try something. We had to do something. And Grant kept telling me, Joe knows what he's doing. So I had talked to his father, and his father went out and he went ahead and signed the papers, and he started giving them the serum.
Nearly 3 hours had passed. Time was running out.
It was frightening to say yes. Use this antivenom that may or may not work.
Come on, open your eyes.
You gotta stay with me when I'm putting this in you.
And the antivenom didn't seem to take effect. Grant was still declining. His pulse was irregular. His fingernails were turning blue, which I was real concerned with. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. I think we were into approximately the 5th or 6th vial before you could see things started to reverse themselves.
By the time he had finished the 100 cc's of anti-venom, he was totally awake. He was still having some blurred vision, but his vital signs and things were okay.
The happiest moment of the entire evening was when Grant asked for food. When he said those particular words, "I'm hungry," I thought, we got this, this is made, this is it, this is, this is gonna be history.
I hope they brought him some food at the
It was really
hospital.
festive.
Oh, they did. I think they brought him
Everybody knew
cookies or
Grant was
something.
gonna make it.
No, I think it's bagels, but it's something to give them.
Has a little niche in the world. Now, let's say we.
Joe and I have become very close, of course, through this. We work together now, doing shows and lectures. I feel good every
Man,
time
look at
I
that big
teach a
snake.
youngster
Yeah.
how important animals are to us. Grant still collects snakes, but none that are poisonous. He knows he can't count on being that lucky twice, and he wouldn't want to risk hurting the people who care about him. It's just something that
Oh, look, beautiful parrots.
families
Yeah.
love is for you, and you really can't understand that until you do come that close.
When it's all over, you look at the things that you've done, like you ground him for not brushing his teeth or not picking up his clothes, and you think, geez, that was minor, I'm just thankful he's alive. Just very thankful he's alive.
Next,
You about a minute.
And then it's choking
they're home in
Granny.
Vancouver, Washington.
You'd have to 2 days faster with that spend.
Cold chaos, choking Granny.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
On January 16th, 1990, 79-year-old Luella Patterson was visiting her granddaughter Dima Brown at her home in Vancouver, Washington. It had been months since they had seen one another, and they were looking forward to being able to spend some time together.
My grandma was just really important to me because when I was a child, she played such a big role in my life. She was just so special. She was the person that made me believe in myself. She was probably the one most single, important person in my life when I was growing up. I had made a large batch of rolls. You want to sneak one for the truth skater? She said, sure, so I opened a roll and I gave her half. I had put everything onto the table except for the rolls. But I turned around and she was gone from the chair. And I just had an instinct of feeling something was wrong. I walked back in the kitchen and, you just like by the way she looked, I could
This
tell
is
something
when
was
she
the matter
starts
with her.
choking.
Yeah.
KJ! Grandma's choking! You need to go get KJ now!
I was in the office on the telephone. I was immediately alarmed that I better get up and go see what's going on. So I just abruptly cut off the conversation and I went back into the kitchen.
Come on, KJ, come on, hurry up, KJ! She's choking!
She was completely helpless to help herself to do anything. And when she turned around and looked at me with those great big eyes, and it was just like, help me, KJ. That was the part that was hard.
A call for help came in at 5:44 p.m. EMTs from the nearest fire station were immediately dispatched. A team of paramedics from farther away, trained in advanced life support, were also sent to the scene. The call was then turned over to dispatcher Laird Cummings.
Help is on the way. Is the person conscious?
Not barely. What do I do?
Is the person able to talk or talk? Listen carefully. I'm going to tell you what to do.
She was pretty hysterical, and she was yelling and screaming and really not paying too much attention. Started giving her the orders of what to do and how to do it, and that took control of her.
Okay. Stand behind the person.
They called 911 and they're giving CPR instructions or Heimlich instructions over the phone. It's 4:52. Bring me my cell phone, Amy, so I can. Try to get you home.
In the middle, slightly above the navel. In the middle, slightly above the navel. Okay, grasp the fifth with your other hand. Grab the fifth with your other hand. Press into the stomach with quick upward thrust. Upward thrust. And repeat that until it's expelled, okay? She's out. She's out. Nothing happening. Okay. Keep trying that. Is the person able to breathe? Okay, listen carefully. I'll tell you what to do next, okay? Get her flat on her back, okay? On the floor. Okay. Sam, you're going to have to calm down just a bit, okay? Try to help.
She started to lose it again, and at that point I was concerned that there was nobody else there that was going to be able to deliver the procedure. I didn't think that she was going to be able to be confident enough to do it.
Tina sent her daughter Nina
Okay,
upstairs to
priority
discuss Michael
pickup
McComb.
would be $12. I don't want to do that. I want to do. But I don't want to order it now, you know.
That means that you would sit across the side. After you strip the chest.
I'm still watching Rescue 911.
Have you got that?
When I heard the ambulance coming at that point, I just looked at Michael helplessly, and he knew that I couldn't stand there any longer. And I gave the phone to him.
And he says, okay, what do I do now? And I went through the procedure with him.
Press into the stomach with quick upward thrust. Do this about 10 times and let me know what's going on, okay? Okay. What we're trying to do is expel that object. Has anything come up? Have you checked in her mouth?
We knew we were working against time. We have a 4 to 6 minute window where the brain can be without oxygen. And we were getting real close to that time period.
Is she breathing or moving yet? No. Okay, listen carefully. I'm going to tell you what to do in the next step, okay? Lift the chin so the head bends back. Open the mouth. If you see something in there, try and sweep it out. Don't push the object backward. Okay. Okay. You done that? Okay. Once you get the mouth open, if it's breathing, she is breathing? Yeah. Okay.
The Heimlich maneuver seemed to have loosened the blockage.
I went outside to wait for them to get here. I was from fear that they'd pass the driveway. I didn't know if she had been out long enough, really, whether any damage had been done to her, or whether they would be able to really bring her back.
Okay, I'll keep going until they get in the house, okay? Should we get out of the way? Oh, definitely. Okay, we're going to hang up there. Okay, sir. Bye.
EMT Chris Orman was on the scene within 3 minutes.
I'm concerned, real concerned, because this is on the edge, and we find that she still has a pulse. Her pupils are still reactive. She was still trying to breathe. She just wasn't moving any air past the blockage. Paramedic unit was only a minute or so behind us, and it's the longest 2 minutes of my life.
The EMTs worked on Noella until paramedics arrived with equipment specially designed to clear blocked areas.
Okay, she needs to get that thing out of there. We need the airway kit in here right now.
Using a laryngoscope, which is a tool that's made specifically for looking into a person's mouth and throat. I was able to see Brad actually blocking the vocal cords.
That's it. There it is. Yeah. I got it. You did it, Jared.
Moments after removing the bread, she took a real deep breath.
The car's taken up. I need a little way. Let's get her ready to transport.
I went out into the front porch, and I just said a little prayer, and I just said, God, please give me an opportunity to give back to her what she gave to me as a child.
After 2 days in the hospital, Noella Patterson was back home with her family.
The people from the ambulance, the people from the fire department, and the people from the 911 center and the man on the other was going on, and also all business about bringing grandma back around.
I thank God I have more days with me as a family. It's just wonderful to sit down with my grandchildren and be alive.
This has definitely made my grandmother and I closer, and I spend as much time with her as I possibly can. And I value the time because it's so precious. She could be gone right now, you know.
Your kid gets bored and wants to play, but that can be trouble.
I've seen this commercial.
Now, relive the fun with Flippity Fish, the exciting new cat toy that keeps Kitty entertained all day with hours of play. Just like a fish out of water.
I want to get a cat, but I'm not going to this year, probably a couple years from now.
It's motion activated, so when Kitty gets near, the flopping fun automatically turns on. The tail speeds up and slows down, surprising Kitty when she least expects it, so she'll never get bored. Old cats get fat, and that's not healthy, but Flippity Fish's non-stop fun will turn even lazy Kitty into crazy Kitty. No matter your cat's age, it will be as playful as a kitten again. Made with strong, durable material, Flippity Fish can withstand the most ferocious attack. Even when Kitty catches the fish, it keeps flopping around. There's even a cat new pouch. Fill it for even more feline fun. Night or day, it will occupy Kitty for hours of play. Then when it's time for Kitty's nap, it turns off automatically. It flips, it flops, it gives Kitty a sick.
Okay, I'm going to go to Big Ten Network streaming app. The clock.
Welcome to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Tonight the number 6 Hawkeyes will be taking on number 5 Penn State Nittany Lions. Former Hawkeye gymnast here, Nicholas
Okay,
Ryan,
after I
is
finish
covered
this
on
race,
BTN Plus.
you can go home, okay? Probably another 30 minutes from now.
Last weekend, Penn State took on Ohio State and Columbus, where they were narrowly defeated, but managed to come away with 3 event titles. They're currently sitting at 3 wins and 1 loss so far this season. Iowa, on the other hand, secured a win against the Fighting Illini last weekend, putting them at a 2-win, 0-loss record so far this season. Should be a good fight between these two teams. First rotation, Hawks will be started on floor exercise, and Nittany Lions will be on palm horse.
Floor has 3 main skill groups to look for. Group 1 is non-acro, skills like presses and flares. Group 2 is any front flipping skill. Group 3 is any backward flipping skill. And the last pass of each routine is the dismount. If he sticks the pass, the athlete gets a bonus time.
Yesterday I uploaded like a women's gymnastics meet. Now I'm doing that.
Leading off on floor, sophomore Carter Coe. Opens up a big double front to a stick. Very clean landing so far. Absolutely crucial on this event to control all those landings. Very nice triple Russian, non-acrobatic skill. Gearing up for the dismount. Triple full. To a small hop. It's a great way to start for the hops. Very clean routine. Now she's on horse. Penn State, Alex Frack. Go to one pommel flop series. Tough way to start the rotation. Kind of looked like he ran out of gas a little bit. Definitely getting towards the end of the routine, you're fatigued and makes it take so long as traveling, you know, and it's finishes routine. Not what they wanted to start off with, but it's a difficult event to start on the horses. Still waiting on a score for Cope. And looks like it's coming up at a 13-8. With a nice double full punch tuck full into a clean landing. Good 2.5 punch for any. Really controlling these landings.
It's 5:08.
Last pass coming up. Triple full, bit short on the landing, stuck out of it, but another very clean routine from the Hawks again. $11.95 on the horse for Alex Pratt. Perez now on horse. Another tough fall for Penn State. Good travel sequence. Into a triple Russian dismount there. Flank off on the triple Russian. Looking a little bit low from this angle, but Evan Davis now. Off with a whip out double front. Build low on that landing. I was able to control it. 2.5 punch for Randy. So far, it's stuck every pass. Exactly what you're looking for. Good hold. The Japanese handstand. Did a triple flow with a small hop forward. Very good routine. Ethan Dick now on Palmer's. Solid hit routine. Much needed after those 2 rough starts. is ranked 4th on homelessness. Big lay half from Stuart Brown. Started as a Keenan. Full punch, double full. Small hop on both of those passes. Freshman class. Good flop sequence. That shows strength on a dismount is going to be costly to the score, but it's another hit routine, and that is exactly what Penn State needs right now. Bouncing back from those 2 routines to start. Taylor up next. Senior opening big double. Very controlled double full punch Barani. Beautiful on that press. Bit slow getting up to the handstand. Two and a half. On the front foot, which I believe was supposed to be covering bit too short. Big triple full to finish. Very solid routine. Aside from that 2.5 punch front toe pass, is not what he was intending.
Get my remote, Amy. I dropped it by accident. Thank you. This arm was hurting, so I had to change arms.
Solid routine so far.
Well, I can exercise and watch gymnastics.
Good routine from Baldwin. with a bit of strength on the dismount, but ultimately it's another hit routine.
Eight minutes.
8 minutes 54 seconds, almost 9 minutes left.
Minute one now on the floor. Starting off with a big double Arabian half. Stuck. Big double layout. Last week, finished score of 14 on floor. Big score for the Hawkeyes. Big triple pull coming. And it's stuck. Double double. Explosive gymnast. Gets so much height on all these fields. Very good so far from school. Had a bit of trouble on the dismount pad this weekend. Let's see if we'll be able to finish it. And he does. It's gonna be a big score.
Five minutes 59 seconds left of the running. Four minutes 55 seconds left.
3 minutes and 56.
Yeah, so it's less than 4 minutes, but almost 4 minutes. This must be warm up for the next rotation.
Two minutes.
2 minutes and 54 seconds. So it's less than 3 minutes. But
One minute and 57
yeah.
minutes.
Heading into the second rotation. Iowa running 68.2. Penn State coming behind at 64.3.
It's actually 57 minutes.
First team, Penn State, Daniel Warren. Very tough start for them. The high on floor of 15.2.
I'm gonna, get lift, okay?
Now,
Okay.
Because this is almost over.
run up the Hawkeyes on fourth. So far, big flow didn't hit. Right up to the 15. He's like, about that.
You got all stars.
Yeah, calorie incinerator. I came in 8th place. Burned 193 calories. You need to get your mask, Amy.
Okay.
Big hop out of it. 2.5 punch going to a clean landing.
It says ride book. We're on it.
Okay.
Showing most of these landings so far. Unique non-acro.
Hello?
What's called the butterfly.
Just came inside from raking.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing?
Amy's still here.
Okay.
But,
1.5 punch out.
I just ordered her lift, so I'm gonna walk her downstairs.
Okay, well, go take care of that. I'll talk with you.
Big triple full finish.
Okay.
I'm gonna get in the shower.
Okay, bye.
Short on the twisting aspect of it. And it's going to be reduction. Friedman now on Palmworth. Alberg was able to knock a 13-2. Starhawks on Palmworth, excuse me. Good flop sequence so far. Great routine from freshman James Friedman. Two strong course routines to start the Hawks. Eric Lund now on floor for Penn State. Big routine. Season high so far of a 14.2. Very big passes so far. Clean landings too. There's a butterfly you saw in the previous routine as well. Very controlled double full. Getting ready for the dismount now. Into a stuck triple full. Great routine from Lund. It's going to be a great score for them. Now on horse, Amari Sewell. Good travel sequence so far. Right into the dismount. Not necessarily the hardest routine, but it's another hit, and it will score fairly well. Exactly what the Hawks are looking for. Last weekend, the Hawks went 66.5 on horse. $12.75 for James Friedman. $13.85 for Eric Long on floor. Highest score so far in their rotation. Big double-double. One and a half punch tuck full. Very controlled landings. Last pass. Tuck full in. Medium hop back. Solid routine for Booth. Cutter Cope now on pommel horse. Great full here. Such an impressive skill. Into a good flop series. A bit closed on the travel sequence, but gets through to the dismount. And it's another hit. He's happy about that one. Coach season high on horse so far, 13-1. Brennan Pentaz is now on floor. Such a powerful gymnast, big skills. Season high of 14-4 so far on floor. Very clean 2.5 Barani. Combination pass there. He's fighting all his pens, making sure he's not making any careless steps. Very good routine. Structural full to finish off. Moving back back to the palm horse. Evan Davis. Strong flop sequence. Into the travels now. Strong routine from Davis. Went over a bit too much on that disc. Not going to get the full credit that he wanted for that routine because of that mistake. It's still very strong. Freshman Matt Cormier on the floor now. Part of that strong freshman class at Penn State. Double pike to start, doesn't quite get the rotation around that he wanted. Double double. Very big skills from Cormier. Trying to progress into very, very strong, consistent gymnast. Full and a half, punch full and a half. Dismount pass coming. Triple full. Bit short on the landing with the chest down. Strong routine for the freshman other than the initial fall on the first pass. Moving on to Bennett Long on the horse. High score this season for him, 13.7. Good flop sequence. It's a bit caught up on that Tong Fei there, but it's able to pull through to the rock travel. Right into the dismount. Getting E credit for that dismount with the extra spin. Davis scored 12.85. Obviously taking a hit from not finishing the dismount all the way. routine for this rotation, Stuart Brown, competing in the all-around. Brown is currently ranked 15th in the all-around in the NCAA. And that wraps up the second rotation in the competition between the Hawkeyes and the Nittany Lions. Here's the Hawks have one more to go, actually, on Palmhurst, my mistake. Senior Addison Chung. Strong flop sequence. Another flop with bit leg separation. Looks like he just got a little tripped up on that back travel there. Mistakenly placing his hand on the pommel rather than the leather. Blind hand placement. Unable to see exactly what's behind you when you're going through that element. Strong, just not to finish for Chung. And that should conclude the second rotation. Hawks will be moving to the still rings, Penn State to the vault.
Well, maybe I should call Amy to see if she got back okay.
For Brown to lead off for the Hawks. Very clean gymnast. You can tell from those lines.
Hello? Well, I thought someone answered.
Very controlled routine.
Hey, did you get back all right?
Yeah.
Not much to
I was just calling just to check, wanted to know you were safe, wasn't trying to bother the hell out of you. Are you inside your house yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I already returned the cart and I'm back inside. Bye.
Ethan Dick starting off. Penn State. Big double full. After two rotations, Iowa is at 133.65. Penn State 2 points behind at 131.15. Strong kid Maltese to start the routine. Upright Maltese, a bit high. Judges are looking for the shoulders to be right at ring level. A little bit unsteady on the handstand. Also going to be deduction. Tuck full in, half out. For the dismount. Strong routine from long. Raise your tango double full from boot. Couldn't quite tell from my angle if it landed out of bounds or not, but took a couple steps out of it. Still going to be good score from him. Round score coming in at 13-3 for the Hawks. 13-0, my apologies. One from Booth. 14-1 for Booth is tying his season high so far. From James Friedman. Strong upright planche to start into the Yamawaki sequence. Very solid front giant there. Such a clean routine so far. Tuck, full in, half out, small hop to the side. Very clean from Friedman. Michael Hartlett, Penn State. Very strong Yurchenko double full. Very small hop. It's going to be right up there. Close to the 14-1 that Booth also received. Penn State is currently ranked 5th on vault. Hawks are ranked 3rd on rings. For Friedman. Now Evan Davis. Strong as Aaron Cross. Judges are really looking for those held strength positions. Gotta be held for 3 seconds. Uprise planche into the back giant. Very solid routine so far from Davis. Flex full in, half out. Big step out of the landing, but very clean otherwise. Very big ball here for Pentazis. Double full, stepping out of the bounds. Pentazis with a 13.8 average so far on vault this season. Michael Hartlick's score coming in at a 14.25. High score for Penn State this rotation so far. 13.3 for Davis. Uprise planche into the bounce cross, also called the Nakayama. Uprise cross. There's that Yamawaki sequence that you've seen everyone else do so far. Front giant looked a little bit labored. Tucks full in, half out. Doesn't quite make it around. Ends up falling backwards, which will cost him. Corner now on vault. Very strong 2.5. That's going to be a big score. Couldn't quite tell if he was out of bounds or not. But Nittany Lions are going to like that score. .05 for Vernon Pentazis on Penn State. Peyton Hobson's score coming in at 12.3. Next is Reuben Anderson. Big strength in this routine. Uprise cross, uprise Maltese, press the planche. Into that Nakayama. Upright straight planche, lower and small piece. Finishing with a double layout into a stick. Great way to bounce back after that fall from Hobson. Moving back to the vault. Michael Giroux. Big 2.5 from Giroux. Very small step. It's going to be right up there with Cormier's score of 14.6. Very strong rotation so far. Penn State on ball.
Your call is sensitive to an automatic voice message system.
Next up on rings, Carter Tote, competing in the all-around. Currently ranked 13th in the nation in the all-around. Upright planche, lowering into the iron cross. Getting a bit short on these strength element holds. Borderline 3 seconds. Tuck full in, half out. Step. Great routine from Tote. Tote currently sits at a high of 11.6 on rings. Penn State at a 71 on vault. Very strong score. Next on rings, Michael Kogan. Runner prize L. Tuck half to finish the routine into a stuck landing. hardest routine from freshman Kogan. But he is also just about a year out of surgery and very clearly making his way back into gymnastics and lineups. Leading off the fourth rotation, named Warren for Penn State on rings. Uprise planche, looking a little bit labored. Like half to finish routine for Warren. Definitely looked tired at the end, showing excessive strength. It's going to be a deduction from the judges. James Friedman now involved. Good. Very clean double full. Very small step. Strong way to lead off the Hawks on this fourth rotation. Next up for Penn State, Brennan Pentazis. Uprise planche to start for him. Currently has a 12.888 average on this event. Showed a bit of struggle towards the end of the routine, but was able to stick that dismount. Very important, that's the last thing the judges see. Moving back to vault, Bennett Wong. Stronger tango double full with a big hop. Not gonna score quite as high as Freeman, possibly. Freeman scoring 14-0. Warren started off Penn State the 12.45 on rings. ranks for Penn State. Average score of 12,925 on this event. Solid routine so far. Lay half in, half out. Doesn't quite get the rotation around. Definitely going to take a hit on the score for that ball. Sophomore Carter Choate competing in the all-around. Strong double pull. Medium pop back. Penn State is currently ranked 7th on rings. Hawkeyes 6th on ball. Strong routine so far for Penn State. Bit low on that dismount for Ryan Steen. Senior Kalani Taylor now. Big double pull into a hop and a step backwards. Maybe similar in score to Cope and Long. Long had a 13.9, Cope 14.05. Score for Frack coming in at 12-1. Definitely hit heavy on that dismount that he was unable to land. Taylor score coming in at a 13.85, half a tenth under Bennett Hawk. Parker Clayton now for Penn State, averaging a 13.925 so far this season on rings. Very strong. Good hold on that upright Maltese. Very strong and level on all these positions so far. Very strong handstand. Very clean routine so far. Gearing up for the dismount. Tuck, double, double. Stuck. Not quite all the way twisted, but that'll be a very good score. Amari Sewell now on vault, as you saw on floor. Very explosive gymnast. Big 2.5. Doesn't quite get the block off the table that he wanted. Can't make it all the way around. Iowa currently sitting at 254.7. Penn State 2 points behind at 252.55.
Hey. Oh, you must have still been in the shower. You must have taken a long shower. Because I called you, the first time you called me, it was 5:29.
Oh, I peeled and cut some carrots for dinner first.
Oh, so you probably didn't get in till 5:50.
Yeah, I think it was 10 minutes till when I went in the shower.
Are you coming today?
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh. Then what did you need me to call you for then?
I just wanted to see how your weekend was.
Oh, it was good.
Okay, are you tired?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's too late for you to come today.
That's what I thought.
And I don't think tomorrow would be a good day either.
Okay, well, Tuesday probably.
Tuesday will be good.
Okay. Just a reminder.
Yeah, the water's gonna be off till 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, why don't you have 2 buckets under the sink
Mm-hmm.
and a dish pan.
Mm-hmm.
So fill the dish pan with water and also fill both the buckets with water and just set them over on the side of the sink.
Oh,
That way Aisha will have water to wash her hands.
okay.
You'll have water to flush the toilet.
Okay.
Because you need, about a half a bucket actually to flush a toilet.
Yeah.
2.5. Step out of bounds.
And you don't drink any water. You don't use water for anything else.
No.
You can't wash. You gonna run your dishwasher tonight?
Great way to come
Yeah.
back after that fall from school.
Okay. Then that'll be done. And
And you got the kids on,
Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday and Thursday. I think I'm gonna call Aunt Sandy this week. I haven't talked to her in a while. She works,
Love it.
she works Thursday and
No,
Friday,
she
and
works
Saturday.
Saturday and Sunday. On
Friday,
Sunday,
Saturday, Sunday.
We never call her Sunday because she is so exhausted. She can't hardly even move. Sometimes she doesn't get home till late on Sunday.
Oh,
just
okay.
depends. So, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Is when you call her.
Yeah.
268.3, Penn State 266.55.
I thought you were coming over, that's why you need me to call you.
No, I thought about it, but I.
After that score came in from Brenna,
Hmm.
they had 269 for Iowa.
You talk about Amy moving in with you at all?
Yeah,
All around there.
And
Truck double full.
I thought you didn't want her to move in because it's only a 1 bedroom, 1 bath.
yeah, I don't.
It's impossible?
At this time, yes.
But maybe later on it won't be?
You know, if her father would call me and discuss it, it might be something else,
That's when
but
their score coming in
I've never even talked to her father.
Penn State.
Yeah.
12.25.
And her mother never talked to me about anything for years and years and years. So,
Well, I think her mother was a very neglectful person.
well, did she say anything about missing her mom or her life or anything?
She said she missed her mom terribly on the phone.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you can miss somebody that didn't even care enough about you to try to get you a worker. I mean, that's like neglect. I mean,
What about Paige? What about Paige? This is her mom. Did her mom take care of her?
no.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying that anytime a mother has a child that it's always considered neglect if they don't get you a state worker. I mean, because if you're not disabled, you probably don't need one. Your mom didn't try to get you a worker.
I don't think I would have qualified.
Iowa,
Yeah.
269 even. Penn State 266.7.
But actually, I was trying to convince Amy to move to Perkins Row and have a separate condo so that we would still be neighbors.
Oh, that would be cool.
I mean, I would much rather her live in the same unit as me, but if that's not possible,
I think you would be, I don't think you would really like having someone living with you all the time.
it doesn't necessarily mean you'd have to be together every second, because you could leave the unit and go places.
No, but then you have someone that has their things and they're gonna wanna do what they wanna do.
Yeah.
Then they're gonna eat your food and, you might not like it when they have friends over.
Oh.
Or their brothers come over or their boyfriend comes over.
Double pike to finish.
There's all kinds of.
Well, we might like it. I mean, you'd never know unless you tried it.
Right, but you've never lived with someone, especially shared a bedroom with someone,
Yeah.
and a bathroom. So,
Whenever Amy comes, we do share a bathroom.
yes, but that's just temporary.
Yeah, but if you do it a lot, it's temporarily for a weekend a lot of times. It can add up.
Well, I think she could just come over once in a while and spend a weekend and see how things go.
Well, I didn't want her to commit to anything because, I mean, she had never seen Perkins Road, like the residence area.
Did she think your condo was classy?
Yes, I asked her if she wished that she lived at Perkins Road today, and she said yes.
Finish off your routine.
She said she did wish she
Short.
lived here.
That's positive then.
Large step.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay, don't.
Warren averages a 11.95 on IBAR. Next up, Peyton Hobson. Bit short on that Stutz here. Strong compelled from Hobson into the double pike. Solid landing there. The hop forward. Hawkeyes are currently ranked third on parallel bars. Penn State ranked seventh on high bar. Previous rotation. Penn State 64.15 on still rings. Iowa 70.1 on ball. Friedman leading off the Hawkeyes with an 11.8. Friedman definitely was deducted on those handstands to show strength and they're in Pentazis now on high bar. Strong left Tkachev. Straddled Tkachev. Weiler Kip. Sakamoto. Bent legs scooping in and stuck leg half half. Solid routine from Pentazis. Been long now. Handstand. Looking very solid and confident so far in this routine. Good Healy twirl. Strong double pike. Very good landing position, just a small hop backwards. Strong routine from Pong there. Hobson score coming in at a 12.65. Bennett Long currently ranked 7th Next for Penn State, Perez. Strong zoom in to start. To a very fresh Yamawaki. Caught him there. Looking a bit close to the bar. Sakamoto. Adler into an El Grapendo. Clean routine so far. Bit of leg separation on the Adlers. Hike down on that dismount and a small hop. Solid routine otherwise. Carter Tope currently ranked 5th in the NCAA on parallel bars. An average of 13.85. Strong to belt. Good Diamonov into split skier. There's a high double pike and a small hop. It's going to be right up there with his average of a 13.85. And Taz is coming back 12.95. Score for Bennett Huang 13.35. Carter Tope score also coming in at a 13.35. 5/10 lower than his average this season. Rack now on high bar. Yamawaki into an endo. One arm Zuli mid. Sakamoto into another one arm. Clean routine so far. A bit past on some of these handstands, really looking to finish all those turning elements right into a handstand. And when you're a little past handstand, that's when you're going to start incurring deductions. Next on parallel bars, Stuart Brown, currently ranked 8th in the NCAA. strong giant Yamaha start. Current average is a 13.625. Very clean machine so far. It's a bit shaken up after that Diamondog. Strong double fight to finish though, regained his composure. Small step. Not much to find off on that routine other than that Diamondog into stood. For the score on high bar for Penn State coming back at a 12.9. Alex Brack's score coming back 13.05. Leading Penn State lineup. Michael Giroux now. Big on Milwaukee to start. Bit off center on that Takamoto, but able to keep it under control. Adler into an Eagle Giant. Gearing up for the dismount now. Lay double into a small hop back. That's a big routine for Penn State. Very clean. All-arounder Evan Davis now. And a bit of struggle on these first couple elements. Solid McCoot. Right into the heel twirl. Good splits to Peter's sequence. Finishes the routine with a stuck double bite. Bit rough start for Evan on parallel bars, but was able to maintain composure and finish very strong. Stuart Brown score coming in at a 13.2. Michael Giroux, 13.25 for that high bar routine. Next up, Matt Cormier. Strong at Milwaukee to start. To Zuliman. Very similar routine construction. Big way to catch it. Into a straddle. You know, for the dismount, lay double double. Small hop backwards. Gonna be another good score for the Nittany Lions. Cormier averaging 12.933 on high bar. Should outscore that. score coming in at a 13.25. Heading into the sixth and final rotation now. Iowa on the high bar. Penn State on the parallel bars with Parker Clayton. Last rotation, Iowa scored a 65.8 on parallel bars. Penn State 65.4 on high bar. Iowa is currently sitting at a 334.8, with Penn State trailing behind at a 332.1. Solid routine for Clayton other than that unfortunate fall on the dismount. Getting off the last rotation for the Hawkeyes, Bennett Wong. Average of a 13.3 on this event. Very good Adler. Endo half. Doesn't quite make it over on the endo half. Is forced to take an extra swing and change of direction, which is gonna be costly for him. Lay half with a big step and a pike down. Not going to be the score they're looking for. How's this now on parallel bars? Average of a 12.55. Struggling a bit with these first couple elements. Double tuck, doesn't quite make it around. Not the routine they were looking for to bring it back after that first guy. Next up, Stewart. Takamoto. Very nice positioning there. Layout to Kacha. Bit labored on the giant out of it. Stroud to Kacha. Line change. Adler into the Eagle Giant. Gearing up for the dismount now. Lay half-half. Into a stick. Definitely trying to change the momentum for the Hawkeyes with that routine and a stick on the dismount. Clayton Peterson score for Penn State on parallel bars coming in at a 11.65. Bennett Wong for Iowa 12.15. is about 2 points at the start of this rotation. The difference is 2 points. Ethan Dick for Penn State now on parallel bars. Strong Bobzar to start off the routine. Very solid positioning thus far. Double pike this one with a small hop forward. Very clean routine. Strong way for Penn State to bounce back after those first two routines. Now on high bar for the Hawkeyes, Alexander Walter. Start off Yamawaki into Takachev, into Takachev with a half, also called a lynch. One-arm giant, Zuliman. Into the Adler, getting as close to handstand as possible. Another one-arm giant from Walter, gearing up for the dismount now. The leg half, stuck. Walter is at a 13.1 average so far this season. Only event that he competes. Stuart Brown score coming in at a 12.75. 6/10 ahead of Bennett Wong's. Ethan Dick score coming back, 13.15, leading Penn State rotation. Alex Frack now on parallel bars. Decent handstand into a giant, showing a bit of a struggle on those handstands out of those skills. Strong studs here. Double pike to finish for Frack. So hop backwards. Walker's score coming in, matching Stewart's of a 12.75. Scigliano now for the Hawkeyes. Very clean Yamawaki into an endo to start. Into a lynch. Takashi looking a bit far, but was able to hang on. Cross into a blind change, really looking to hit all of these handstand positions, minimize deductions. Lay half with a small hop forward. Very clean routine from Scigliano. coming back. Penn State 12.8 of now, whereas Penn State. Start off with team. Clean Keeley into a key half with a bit of leg separation and struggle on the handstand. Teach the handstand in a giant. Another Bob's arm. Not quite sure if he nicked the bar on getting through, but that would be a deduction if he did. Sit on the bars on the propel is also going to be another deduction. And can't seem to find himself again to finish the routine. Evan Davis now. High bar. Yamawaki into an ender. Sakamoto is at half. Shot past handstand. Fair amount. Adler into an eagle giant into an eagle endo. Way half into another stick. Should be a good score, even with that Sakamoto with that half being so short. Currently, Davis sits at an average score of 13.5 on high bar. Should be somewhere near there. Giuliano's score coming in at 13.15, leading the Hawks so far. Next up on parallel bars, freshman Matt Cormier. Front piece and handstand into a moist support. Good Healy throw finishing above the bars. Good Diamondov. Stutz. Bit shaky on the handstand. Out of the Stutz here. Finishing up with double front. Doesn't quite make it around. Strong routine otherwise. Credit toe. Sign off Yamawaki endo. To Zuliman. Throws a bit out of that element. Gearing up for the dismount now. The lay half. To small hop backwards. Not going to be the highest of scores, but that finishes off Alright, folks. All around competition for today. James Friedman, last competitor for Iowa, last competitor for the entire meet, I believe. Penn State finishing with a 393.45. Iowa, 398.85. Cormier score coming in at a 12-4. Hit hard for that ball in the dismount. Coach score coming in for the Hawkeyes at 11.9. James Friedman now. With an endo half. A stretch to Kachev. Very clean. Into a Stroud to Kachev. Little blade separation on the backside of the Giant prior to the releases. Very clean so far. Way half to finish. And a small hop forward. That's going to finish it up for the Hawkeyes. And for Penn State. Looks like Iowa will take another win, finishing 398.85. Penn State finishing 393.55. Iowa now 3 wins, 0 losses. Penn State 2-2. This has been Nicholas Merriman, former Hawkeye gymnast on BTN+. Thank you for watching, and have a great rest of your evening.
911 videos, dogtail videos, gymnastics, full gymnastics meet videos, smash the like button, hit the notification button so you will know when I post new videos. And I think sometime this week I will put the Michigan, Nebraska, Illinois men's gymnastics up. That was live earlier. I'm sure my battery's probably low on my iPad by now, since I've been streaming for probably 4 or 5 hours.